E. That is the wrong one. Gotta love it when they put the wrong one up there. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I am your host, Nessie, the captain of this ship. And today, we are going to be going into the world of House Sanquinis. We are about to join a really weird and interesting world that has been in the making for actually a really, really long time. Look at this absolute chaos going, you motherfucker, Hikaru. Anyways, this project started off as a small little audio series on my channel over a year ago. House Sanquinis started off as a 3-man team with Les Spark Voices at the time, now known as Spark Voices, Phoenix Audio, and myself. We did this passion project, or I should say this cute little project, for a friend of ours known as Darling Micmic. And for her absolute love of vampires. And from there, it then turned into an improv series where we brought on another friend of ours by the name of Val. And we created this world, and it just expanded from there. And now some of the people from that project are here with me today, and we get to turn it into the D&D world. And I am so happy and so grateful for what we have created today. 3 weeks ago, I came to this group and was like, hey, do you guys want to play some D&D? And they agreed. And at the beginning, it was only supposed to be until, like, we weren't supposed to start this until, like, January. But it started, like, coming together so quickly that at some point, we just were like, yeah, this needs to start now. This needs to start as soon as possible. Let's do this. And so here we are. I'm going to bring everyone in.
And I'm not smart.
Hello, everyone.
Now I need to just turn down.
Turn to humanity, please.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, everyone. Why are you like this?
Look,
Your mic is peaking, Nessie.
Oh, my microphone is peaking?
Yes.
Yeah.
In Discord or in stream?
In Discord.
Discord.
Probably
Okay, then I'll just
Discord.
back my microphone up. That's all I have to do. I just don't have to suck on my microphone as much. Is that better?
Wait. That is notably better. Yes. Thank you.
When you put it like that,
I just had to suck on my microphone. God damn it, you
I
guys.
need to
Suck
remind
something
you.
else.
Great
I
way to
hate
start
all of
stream.
you.
Wait, watch it.
I hate all of
Watch
you.
it.
18 plus.
Not 18 plus.
Not 18 plus.
My filter's
Oh.
gone.
are we not allowed
Oh,
to swear?
no.
Then that might be a
Oh,
problem.
we are allowed to swear.
Yes.
It's mature audiences.
Fuck
Oh,
yeah!
good. I'm just saying, you
Okay,
can't.
thank God.
I
Sure,
You can't spring a non-18 plus on us.
Yeah, you.
Jesus Christ. I can't
Oh,
stand this.
sure.
I can't stand this group.
Fuck.
I'd like to point out that I'm just done with this
Jesse.
group already, and it hasn't even started.
Well, that's not even
See,
the
I
role
have
played
the
yet.
fucking
Okay,
bucket
hold
ready.
up, Nessie. You knew exactly what
I
you were
know.
getting into. You have no.
In Nessie's defense, Nessie did not know what I was going to be before this happened.
Yeah.
Oh, she
Also,
well, she didn't. She was expecting gremlins. She didn't expect this many gremlins.
Okay.
Also, I would like to point out, Nessie, the fucking bucket is at the ready if you need to yeet somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir.
Oh my fucking god! Not the
Any hoosers. Let's get on with introductions. Hello, everyone. I am Nessie Audios. As I start every stream, I am the captain of this ship. I am going to be your DM, as well as Lady Fate herself. So be prepared that fate may come bite you in the ass later. We are going to start at the top of the screen and work our way down. Dragon.
Oh, hello. I'm Masquerading Dragon. I love playing D&D, and this sounded like a great way to get myself into more trouble, so hello.
Woohoo. Thank you so much. Luka.
Boy, I am LukaVA on many platforms, and this is my first D&D campaign in many, many years. So, any D&D experts out there, go easy on me. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
None of us know what we're doing.
We're all clowns. Don't
All
worry.
clowns. JH.
All clowns.
Right, I'm Jade the German. As you might be able to tell, I'm the local German of the group. I have never actually played D&D before, but I was invited to this, so we'll see how it goes.
Axo.
Hello, peoples. I am Axolotl VA. I've been playing D&D for the last 10 years and thought, fuck it, let's do some chaos. So here we go, bitches.
Thank you so much for being here.
Love you, babe.
Then we have Tony.
Hello, I'm Tonatsi, also known as Hawk Audios. This is my first D&D match, and I'm very happy to cause some chaos here.
Thank you. Zeta.
Privileges of being last alphabetically.
No, it's
I am
just
Zeta
where you
Audio.
are.
I'm the last one because I'm the shortest.
I am Zeta Audio. I'm Zeta Audio on basically every platform, and I didn't even agree to be part of this. It was just assumed I would be.
It's
You're going to lose that over our head forever, aren't you?
Oh my god.
Zeta, I was like, Zeta, you were free during this time, right? You wanted to be a part of a D&D campaign, right? You're a part of this, damn it. Please give me some semblance of like stability.
More
You are
like
being rescued.
Nessie
Please do
wanted
not
to
resist.
torture Zeta just as much as Zeta tortures Nessie in
I
his
did-
own
I
D&D
did-
game.
I didn't even know what was going on until Nessie told me she was like structuring its time based around me.
Yes.
Aw.
Legitly, I am
Aw.
that type of friend, guys.
Oh, man.
And last but not least, Pika.
Hi, I'm Pikachu versus Zora, also known as Pika. This is kind of like official first D&D if I'm with this many people. I am also the shortest and apparently in the bottom, but I hope I have
Vital
a great game.
information.
Vital information, yes.
Absolutely
This is
vital
surprise for them.
information. This is how today is going to go.
Let's go.
I
Do it.
I love chaos. I love the fun of all of this. And I hope to God and everything that is holy today, fates be in my fucking favor, is all I can hope for, right? But that's all we can hope?
Yep.
I mean, aren't you fate?
I am Lady Fate. So,
I won't help you very much.
Does this mean you're
Hope to
God?
yourself.
Pika, have you learned nothing about D&D? The DM is always God.
the DM will
Yes.
always be God.
Because the DM
By
is all
sheer
the gods
definition.
at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The DM is the god
The
of
DM
gods.
can wish for you to end.
Then Jesus,
The
take the
DM
wheel.
can kill you with sun
Wrong wheel,
falling rocks.
Jesus.
Anyways,
And
here we go into the world of House
excited
Sanguinus.
giggles.
We start our little adventure outside the weird and dark alleyway of the secret entrance of Club Euphoria. This club has previously been known to host many different creatures, good and also bad. It has also changed hands multiple times. There's also been rumors of it being owned maybe by a demonic force of some sorts, as well as currently is owned by a vampire known as Liam Silos. We start our campaign today with a interesting character, a very more than average interesting character by the name of Jonathan Alrick. Mr. Alrick got off a plane this morning trying to figure out what is all going on in his life. He has some questionable things happening, and he received a file on his desk about a specific Mr. Silos, and he has offered his very illustrious services to help assist the local hunter society. And so that is where we start. Mr. Silos. Or Mr. Alrick, wow. You are right now walking down an alleyway. It's dark. You hear some cars behind you. You can hear the sound of the music in the background from behind the magical veil that is covering this entrance. Please describe yourself.
Why did you have to start with me?
Don't make me have to describe myself, he says.
Just read yourself from your document.
You can do it.
Okay, where the fuck do I start? I legitimately have no idea you realize that.
He wasn't ready. Of all
He
things, he
wasn't.
was not ready for this.
He was not
I'm
ready.
sorry to ruin your perfectly dramatic entrance.
Fucking hell.
Where am I and what do I do?
Should we have
longer you can stall this,
written
the
that
longer I
down in
can-
the description?
The longer you
Buying
stall
everybody
this,
else
the longer
time
I have to wait to pull out my description.
I'm going to pull out my one.
Where is it? Where did I put the document? Right. Jonathan Alrick, 34 years old, visitor to the US from abroad. Generally appears to be unremarkable. Does his very best to maintain that. How much else should I divulge here?
That's up
As much
to
as you want.
I'm going to leave it at that then. I can always add more later.
Ooh.
Of course. So, Mr. Alrick, as you're walking down this alleyway, you feel this pull to this club. You know that there's a lot going on in it. You know that you have this case file that states certain things about this vampire that you have not even heard of. Well, you've heard of here and there, and you know some questionable things might be going on within this club. So you know that you need to be prepared, of course. And as you're walking closer, you see your contact. You see this tuft of white hair just kind of standing there in a coat. A Mr. Whitewood. Just seeming
That's
to...
Dr. Whitewood.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off.
Off to a solid start here, aren't we?
Okay.
great.
A Dr. Whitewood that you were supposed to be meeting up with. Mr. Whitewood, why don't you describe yourself?
Dr. Owen Whitewood is a 5'8" short twig of a man with light blue eyes. He keeps himself in rather neat condition, however, stress has made him look around 5 years older than he actually is. He wears a lab coat and some round-rimmed glasses. And of course, snow white hair.
Lovely, lovely. So, what do you do, Mr. Alrick? The ball
would
is in
say
your
I'm
court.
Yeah, thank you for that. Right, since I apparently know that he's my contact, I can just go up to him and say, Mr. Whitewood, I presume?
Mr. Firstly, it's Doctor, and you must be Mr. Alrick?
Yes. well, fuck.
Take your time.
Fuck you for putting me on the spot here.
I mean, you knew this was coming.
I knew this was
I even prepared you for it.
Yes, I know.
You can
Leave
do
me
it.
alone.
Well, but isn't the consequences of my own
take a deep
actions?
breath.
Y'all give him room to breathe.
Yeah.
I presume you know about the case?
Indeed, I have the case file right here.
But, not exactly dressed for subtlety, are you?
Subtlety is overrated when there is a war going on.
Speak for yourself. Anyway, anything you can tell me about the area, the club?
Well, up until recently, it was, well, owned by our target. Was at one point a meeting place for various supernatural meetings and gatherings. However, the war has sort of changed that as of late. It is not as neutral as it likes to appear.
That certainly sounds ominous. Not neutral how? Hostile or friendly?
Not outright hostile, but
Bending towards it.
yes.
Not good. Well, nothing for it.
After you.
If you wish. Right, then we can.
So now, you approach the door. As you approach this door, it's dark and ominous area. You see a witch-like creature, her pointy nose, green skin, and dark hair with a red outfit. She seems to be holding a staff, and she kind of squawks out something that you can't actually understand. And then her voice just seems to change into some weird, sensual voice that you could never imagine. Password?
Please tell me I know what to do here.
Would I know a password?
Yeah, would
It
be.
doesn't say in the document.
Maybe you should roll for it.
What would I be rolling for that?
History.
Right, let's both roll history and just in case. Oh fuck.
I pray for you.
18.
Oh yeah, I don't think I need to roll at that point, but do I? I'm gonna do it anyway.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, no.
How is it that? No. How is it you fuck it up so badly?
And empty. No
God.
Empty,
Brain
no
go
thoughts.
burn.
Okay, because you are from
No
this
thoughts.
area, Owen, you would know the password is lust.
Lust.
Enter. You may now enter the club. You can, either one of you can control your little tokens, and you can actually physically open the door and pass by the witch.
Where the fuck?
Might need to refresh roll 20. I am not
Oh,
seeing
there it is.
anything.
It's just up there in the corner. You need to zoom out and then.
This is going to be
Yeah.
fun. This is going to be fun to figure out how to do this. You both should have access.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ta-da!
Ta-da.
Ta-da.
So,
Zeta, you coming?
See the thing in roll 20. there,
Mr. Struggles.
there it is.
Just, just stumbled. You know,
Roll 20. What
happens to the
is
best
this
of us.
happening?
You are being laggy, is all I can say.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Luka 2.0.
Oi, fuck you!
That's quite the
I've had a
hostility.
rough night, okay?
This is
Yeah.
why it's session 0, so you guys can test out your bugs.
Bleh.
There
Yeah.
we go.
At least we're getting a test run of how it should be.
Yes.
Or like,
Alright,
So
then.
you can enter there. So as you guys enter this area, you see a set of twins sitting at the front desk, going over paperwork. A soft, EDM-esque music coming from one side of the club. You can kind of feel the bass hit the walls, these wooden walls. You also start to look around, and it seems like it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside, because you see this little area and it seems like this would be the size of what the entire area would be. You also see in the corner of the room, sitting on a set of benches, a young man who seems to be looking over a scroll that he was given. And you would know that this is a contact that you are supposed to be making contact with, as he happens to have some insight into this area. Karo, can you please introduce yourself?
Why, of course. Karrokhan is a young, mid-20s-ish, 6'2" male with hazel eyes, tan skin, and brown hair. Quite attractive, if I do say so myself.
in your own horn.
But that's just me. Alright.
So,
Well, that's
Karo,
me.
yeah, Karo, as you look up, you see these two people walking up towards the area. You also know that you are supposed to be meeting some potential vampire hunters. However, you were never given a description of who they were supposed to look like. So what do you guys do?
I was gonna say in general that Jonathan starts to look like he's just pretending to be confident instead of actually being it. You know, like someone who isn't visiting clubs all that often, but's trying not to show it. I'm just gonna look around slightly nervously.
Before you have time to speak, the lady in pink at the front desk pipes up, "Can I help you?"
No, I'm fine.
Of course, dear. If you need anything whatsoever, just down the hall to the right, there's double doors. You can order food there. And if you go to the door that's on the left, of course, it will get you to the actual club area. I believe, there's a group of sisters who are doing a show tonight. And, of course, if you need room and board here, just, of course, come up to either my sister and I, and we will set you up with a room upstairs, of course.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You out of character. You mentioned our contact.
Yes, Seda? You are struggling with connection.
Yeah, a little bit.
No.
Oh, no!
You mentioned our contact doesn't know what we look like, but were we given any information about our contact?
Yes.
Make us roll
Specifically.
history again.
No, I'm not. Specifically, you, Owen, you were given information that it was going to be a dark-haired young gentleman who was in fact from the Mages Guild, and that he had connections with potentially what was going on at Club Euphoria. Because for whatever reason, there has been speculation that the Mages Guild is involved somehow.
Do I, can I do a perception check to see if there is anyone who matches that description
You
in the
can.
room?
You can.
Zeta with the luck rolls.
There is my
GHU.
That is
If he fails this, that'll be hilarious.
That is
You're supposed to say it after he rolls. He got it.
How is this going to happen?
You look around the room and you see a few people here and there. However, your eye doesn't necessarily spot the person that you think you're looking for. You got a very mild description. Maybe he went to the bathroom.
Oh my god, I'm crying already.
He mustn't be here yet.
Let the chaos begin, fuckers.
He mustn't be here yet. Let's get some food.
All right then. Sounds like. Who are we looking for?
Member of the Mages Guild, short brown hair.
Riveting description.
That was what I was getting.
Perfect.
God.
So you guys start to head down the hallway. You know that there are a set of double doors down to the right.
This map is annoying to navigate. Zeta, come on. No dilly-dallying.
The weird dynamic shadows make it much more difficult to.
That's the whole
I
thing.
don't
The dynamic
see
shadows are
where-
really cool.
Can
They're
the
so
camera
cool.
follow my character? How the fuck do I move the?
I don't see the,
Really?
the character. Which one is it?
You can move the camera with right click and drag.
Are really
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Ah,
Oh, excuse me.
bless you.
those are really,
So-
At Pika.
really cool.
really-
They are also really resource intensive.
Fuck.
Right.
So
End of the hall.
closer, you're coming upon it. So as you approach the double doors, they're already open. You hear very soft, kind of jazz-esque music. You see a sign that's on the wall next to one of the double doors. Seat yourself and a server will be with you momentarily. You see a group of goblins in the front 4 set of tables. You also see an open set of 3 seated for a table right at the front. It's probably best that you sit there.
Okay, then where again? The
Right
three here.
Yeah, right over
There.
I don't think the tokens are probably displaying for me because I don't see anything moving. Let me reload.
Yeah, you're not going to.
Understandable.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
You haven't
know
been
how to
introduced
hide.
yet.
That explains
Take
it.
your
Okay.
turn.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay. So from here, we will move on to another person. Dragon. Dragon.
Sorry, Axel.
Sorry, Axel. You
Nah,
were-
It's all
this
good.
that one has cut me out
All
of the game.
good. That
Bryce
one
says no.
explains it all.
Listen,
This is gonna be a fun game.
You're welcome, Axel. So, Dragon or Neraina, describe yourself, please.
Neraina is well, when you first look at her here in the club, she's kind of taking off what looks like a black beanie to reveal that she does indeed have pointed ears. She also has a long mop of purple hair, probably not her natural color, but she looks. If you look at the word punk, that might be the word to describe her, or at least how she's trying to look. And yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that for now.
Wonderful. So, you come into the club, you know that you got a message from your friend Tressa that she needed to meet you and ASAP. She wanted to talk to you about something very important that she had found out, that she had been given on her lovely trips that she loved to take. And you always knew that she was always getting into trouble and hijinks. So you arrive first at the club, and then you see this short, little stout, blonde gnome woman run in, seems to be out of breath. Nera, I am so glad that you got here before me. Oh my god, you won't believe what I found. She quickly hops up into the chair. The chair is definitely made for people who are taller. And she grabs the glass of water that's on the table and she just chugs it right down because she's just dripping wet with sweat after literally probably running miles compared to her.
It's good to see you too, Tressa.
Yeah.
You look. Are you good? Are you good?
No, I'm not. You will not believe what I found. Well, actually, I was given it. I had to pay a pretty penny for it. So let me back up a bit. I was
Tressa. Take a breath, for starters.
You won't believe the day I had to go to the Feywilds. I had to get someone to like bring me through it. I saw a creature. Do you know how often I've been to the Feywilds? Like none.
No,
I'm from
I
the
don't.
Underdark. I'm not from the Feywilds. So just imagine it.
You've seen some shite.
I've seen some shit. I've seen some shit. Anyway, I digress. So I was talking to a certain pointy-eared cat guy. I think that's what I would call him. I'm not exactly sure. I've never met one like him. I've never met cat people. You know that? Cat people are quite interesting. Huh.
Would Neraina know what kind of creature she's talking about?
Do a nature check.
Hang on one sec. I had the character sheet up, I swear. Why isn't it letting me... It's not letting me scroll. Hang on. Oh, there it is. Okay, serious. Yeah, it's not letting me scroll.
oof.
You might want to just bring up your actual character sheet.
Alright. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Slowing down
Don't
the
worry about it.
process.
Yeah, because I didn't put them actually in Roll20, so you'll have to have your stat sheets on the
Okay.
side.
You're not the first one to have technical issues.
Yes,
so-
this is why
Yeah.
this is why Session 0 is the way it is.
Yep. For us to
Okay.
practice
Let me
and know
Get
how
all the
technology
awkwardness
works.
out of the way.
Okay, let me get rid of that one so I can actually see the map, and then I will look at that.
And it's not a Nessie stream without technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it's not a Nessie stream without technical difficulties, then I don't know which stream I'm in anymore. I might be an imposter.
Will you
Or
just
animal handling.
cooperate?
I'll take nature or animal handling.
If my laptop would just friggin' cooperate, that would be wonderful as well. There we go. Okay. Alright, so nature or animal handling?
Or animal handling, yes.
Okay. Alright.
You have a +6 to nature.
Yes, yes. I was just gonna say I'm gonna go with nature. Just double check. Okay, cool, there is a space. Got it. 17.
Ooh.
Okay. So you would know these creatures as tabaxi.
You met a tabaxi, Tressa?
Is that what they're called?
Oh, right. Yes, you don't know. Yes, that's what
They're not in the Underdark. They're in the Feywilds for a reason. Feywilds are so fucking weird. Anyway. So I'm talking to this guy, right? And he's like has the whole group just laughing over bullshit. And then he starts to describe something. He starts to describe something of someone that we know. A certain young elven man. If you know who I mean. Never went into detail.
You're gonna have to be more specific, Tressa. I know a lot of people.
Ashgazer.
Elves. Oh.
Specifically named him. You know, you and I have not heard from him in like actual years. I was confused, okay? So when I started hearing him talking about how he had supposedly gotten this guy taken by snatchers, I about flipped my shit. So I, of course, had to keep very quiet because you know me, I like to talk and stuff.
Yeah, no, I hadn't noticed.
Anyways, he was holding this photo. She opens her jacket and pulls out a photo and hands it over to Neraina. His hair's covering his face. So I'm not exactly sure, but those are his muscles!
Neraina's lips are just gonna kind of twitch. It's hard to tell if it's an irritation or agreement, but
you know he has taken his shirt off several times in front of all of us.
Yeah, I'm well aware, Tressa. I'm also, you know he and I haven't talked in years.
I know. And I'll be honest with you, I've run into him a few times. However, he chooses to not ever look at me like always. So we'll leave it at that. However, the last time I saw him, he wasn't tied to a fucking wall. Sorry, that was a little loud. And you start to see the elves in the corner start to kind of look funny, and Tressa's go, just joking.
Neraina just kind of pinches her nose, just like, oh God's why? Oh God's why?
So the word on the street is supposedly there might be a secret place here in Euphoria that he is being kept. I'm not exactly sure where. I don't know where this entrance is.
But do you think you're as sure as you can be that they said he might be here?
Correct.
Well,
And you
my
know that there has
rational
been you
side-
know that there has been weird shit happening, especially since the Hunter Society got taken out by that weird thing.
yeah.
They haven't
Yeah,
come out
I
with
know.
an official statement yet. What if this is connected to it? You know Ash was always into weird fucking shit.
Kind of nostalgic smile goes across her face. Yeah. Yeah, he was. Never quite understood it, but that was him. She's gonna
Yeah.
look at the picture. Tressa, my rational side wants to say that this could be any half-elf, but there's something about him.
That scar.
Yeah.
I
it's the
saw it
scar.
too. And he has that, so how many half-elves have a distinct scar like that? Because he got that, it's helping you.
You don't need to remind me, Tressa. You really don't. Okay. Can I keep this? And she gestures with the picture before putting it back in the folder.
Of course, yeah. I unfortunately do have to leave.
Are you going to get back to your place safely?
I hope.
Well, you know how to get a hold of me if you need my help.
Yes, of course, with the weird, mundane device that you gave me. Yes, I'm aware.
Yes, Tressa. Yes, the weird, mundane device.
Yeah.
Oh no. Of course.
Just, hey, she's gonna... Neraina's gonna kind of... They're across the table from each other, right?
Correct. Yes.
Neraina's gonna kind of reach her hand across, like in a friendly gesture, like, you be careful, yeah?
Of course.
You're
And
like-
she's gonna grab a hold of her hand really tightly. Of course, of course. You know.
You're my go-to.
I
and
know.
You know it.
I know. I'm actually going to head over to Liza's place. And stay low, especially if this ends up coming out.
Okay.
I'd rather not have vampires breathing down my neck if you catch my drift. Yeah.
Oh, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
So
All right.
before she heads out, Owen, make a perception check for me.
Perception.
Maybe don't roll in that one this time.
Just a 22.
There you go.
This whole
I took your advice to heart.
this whole
I took that advice to heart.
Nice. Because of where you are sitting in reference to where Neraina is and where Tressa is sitting, you of course don't know their names. Because of your years of experience of being in a hunter society, as well as being adept with having to deal with war, your ears are kind of always on a swivel. You hear this entire conversation, even though the beginning wasn't so much hushed, but as it got further on, it started to become more hushed. So at this point, you kind of tap Jonathan's leg underneath the table to get his attention.
You have gained it.
What do you do?
Assuming this is still happening while that conversation is going on, I'm just going to sort of nod my head in their direction and point at my ear.
Just nod and don't talk. Maybe try and listen in myself if that's possible at that distance.
Make a perception check.
Oh, let's see. Can I take my own advice?
I wonder, can you take your own advice?
Can you take your own advice here?
It's my perception.
Let's
He,
see.
he also gets a not one.
Not bad.
This is good.
You
Not bad.
hear some of it here and there. Of course, you hear the high-pitched squealings of this gnome, and her voice is kind of irritating to you. You then hear this distinct sentence. It seems like Euphoria has a place hidden. a potential place where they are holding people. And of course, this piques both you and Owen's interest. Now, as this all happens, all of a sudden you see this little gnome girl start to scanter off and reach the door.
Shut up!
Oh no.
Why is it always the short people who always have the short end of the stick?
Do you do it? Do you choose to do anything before she leaves?
No.
Owen?
I think I'm gonna choose to follow
You're going to choose
stealthily.
to follow stealthily. Okay.
I would like to say that Neraina watches Tresta going towards the door, so would I be seeing Owen trying to sneak out after her?
Roll.
Well, I think
Okay. So how
maybe
this
stealthily might be the wrong word here, and more like inconspicuously.
same
It's
type of
not-
roll.
yes.
It's same type of roll. So
Fair
Owen
enough.
roll stealth. Neraina roll perception.
All right.
First contested roll of the game. Let's go.
First contested roll.
Don't disappoint me. And say,
Be careful about
Perception. There it is.
It's okay.
13.
ooh.
Oh, shit!
Oh, it's a tie.
It's a tie.
Okay. Let
It's
me
really
roll for
friend.
Tressa to see if she spots you. She has +5 to perception. Okay. 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 So as this little gnomish girl passes the door and out of your personal sight, Owen, you go to follow her. However, also slowly behind you, Neraina is going to stand up out of her chair and follow you too.
As she does, real quick, she's going to kind of turn her head and go, "Havoc, attend." And this steel dire wolf stands up from where it's been lying under the table and follows her.
You can also control it.
Oh,
Dog.
You should be able to
Dog.
control.
one reaction.
Bog.
Oj.
So as everyone starts to move and everything, this
Nervously
little
looking
gnomish
after me.
girl seeming to run and move faster than you would personally expect her to move. And of course, Jonathan, you witness as the compatriot to this little gnomish girl starts to follow Owen. As Neraina passes the door, do you choose to do anything?
I'm gonna wait a bit and then cautiously stick my head out to see where they're going.
Of course, okay. So, as you guys get to the front area of the club, the little gnomish girl turns around and looks you dead in the eye, Owen, and says, "What the fuck do you think of following me? Who the fuck are you?"
Down, dragon, down.
Thank you. Ah, okay. Thank you. And actually, from behind him, it's gonna be like, "Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to that as well."
Am I
Oh.
hearing this?
You are 100% hearing this. Because
Oh, you'll hear it?
Tressa, no, not yet.
Be
Tressa
patient.
is right outside that door area. Or she's literally right next to you, Caro.
I'm just gonna kind of listen for the time being, see if I need to step in.
are you?
It's rather narcissistic of you to think I'm following you when this hallway has exactly one way out of it.
You moved, literally, right as I moved to get out of the table. And on top of it, you were listening to our little conversation. Don't think I didn't notice. Who the hell are you?
Dr. Owen Whitewood of the Vampire Hunter Society.
Going for the honesty approach.
Archon's ears immediately perk up at Vampire Hunter Society.
Oh. Why the fuck are you here? You see this little gnomish girl, her voice goes way too high pitched than it needs to actually be, and she kind of puts her arms on her hips. Aren't you supposed to be like
No, there is a war going.
That's kind of the point, isn't
There's
it?
a war.
She just keeps interrupting you.
It wouldn't do for me. It wouldn't do for me to spill the details of every operation I'm part of.
He's here to talk to me.
What?
Ooh.
Neraina's gonna kind of whip her head around and kind of hold her fingers ready, like she's ready to snap. And you assume it's a command to her steel defender, or her little companion, rather. So, but she doesn't. She's just like, another one?
So, before we continue on this, we're going to now turn to the other room.
Oh, cliffhanger.
We're going to hold there, and we're going to go to two other people who are in the other room, sitting at a table, choosing to just get a light cocktail and mull over their thoughts of the day. A young witch sits at the table with her little familiar crow pecking at the corn he has been given. Luka, please introduce yourself.
So, this young witch, her name is Violet Shepard. She is a purple-haired half-elf. You can kind of see that she's wearing extremely loose clothing. She's decked out in very simple, but very unique jewelry. And with octagonal glasses. And you can kind of see that she has a halo-style black hat with white rose detailing on the inside of the brim.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. And sitting next to you, of course, is a small little familiar crow. Care to explain yourself, Tony?
By all
The Raven.
means.
A
Go
Raven
ahead.
I
named
wonder what
Crow.
he is.
He is very much enjoying little bits of corn on the table. There is nothing more to be said.
Little bits of corn. He go peck, 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 peck.
It's very entertaining.
He goes caw caw.
Come, motherfuckers!
That's his fucking war cry, I swear to God.
So, as you are sitting here, Violet, your phone starts to go off. You start to receive a text message from one of your old-time associates. And the message reads out, "Sorry to message you out of the blue here, but wanted to check up on you." You, of course, send a response. And at some point, he mentions while you're sitting there something is going down at Euphoria. You may want to check it out. You, of course, dismiss him at this point, and your friend Caleb chooses to end the conversation and block you at that moment. You also, in return, block him, being frustrated at this person for not wanting necessarily you to go down different paths from what he chose. What is your reaction to this text message?
I'm gonna just drop my phone on the table and down the rest of my drink and just mutter, motherfucker.
Tony, you see this.
I hop and flap over to Violet's shoulder.
I know what you're going to say, Crow, and yes, it was him again.
Of course. What did he say this time?
God. Well, he said he wanted to check on me. Apparently he is still mad about the path that I chose to go down. And, apparently there is something happening here. But I know he's just saying this to get me to leave.
Do you want me to go and confirm or deny his words for you? Take a piece
I'm
off
gonna
the
kind of
mind.
tap him on his beak and just be like, nope, nope, you're gonna stay right here. Violet's gonna flag down the bartender and kind of hold up her glass.
A young woman comes over and asks you, what did you have?
Honestly, I don't remember. Just give me like a shot of something strong, please. She kind of tosses a coin onto the table.
Of course. Grabs it up and takes it
you.
over to the bar. Can you guys both roll me perception checks?
Certainly.
Perception.
Be careful, SpongeBob.
I'm gonna roll that in Discord.
Be
I
careful of
hear the
Zeta's curse.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful.
Okay,
the
how do
curse
I
is
roll
strong.
that in on the left side? Roll a d20.
Oopsies.
12 plus
hear-
3. So that will
Keep
make
hearing the
it
sound.
15.
It's GM stuff. Just ignore.
He was loud.
21. Well, that's a natural 20.
Oh,
my
a natural
God.
20!
First
Our
one of
first
the
nat 20!
game.
Everyone clap! Woo! Luka got our first nat 20!
Woo!
Wow.
First session!
Woo, that's what you're waiting for, baby!
Woo! That's what we're talking about!
So, Crow, you don't notice this. However, Violet, you start to get this feeling like you're being watched. You start to sense various prying eyes upon you, and you get this weird feeling like they're getting closer to you, and they're not good people.
I'm gonna kind of connect to Crow and not say this out loud, just kind of be like, Crow, is there somebody behind me?
I take a quick glance. Do I see anyone?
Make a perception check. And
Okay.
actually, you know what?
Would I make an investigation check? Because
That
I'm
would
actively...
be more of an investigation check, yes.
Okay, roll 1d20 plus 6.
And the DC is going to be high
19.
because you are trying to make sure no one sees it.
I got a 19.
Whoa!
Ooh!
So your head starts to turn and you see that there is a person with their back to you at the bar. They seem to be standing there looking to get a drink from the bartender. The bartender is specifically working with them and talking to them, and their voice is kind of low, and they don't sound like they're American. Their voice is some sort of accent you can't necessarily pinpoint, but you can kind of hear it muffled, but you can't seem to make it out.
What do I notice about their demeanor/behavior?
They seem to be turned in a way where their hip is kind of shifted to where their ear is specifically pointed to you guys.
Okay. Give me a quick second. I need to check up something on a file.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the rest of the squad is still standing in the corridor.
Okay, so I want to.
All frozen like.
I want to take advantage of my familiar skill to mentally relay this information to Violet. That is one person that I think could very well be keeping tabs on us actively. Mentally relaying this.
Okay. He relays this to you, Violet.
think that I'm gonna try to change where I am and just casually move to another spot, maybe closer to the stage. Avoiding this individual at the bar as much as possible.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm fighting. Actually, oh, I can. Nice. So maybe like over here?
Okay, so you're going across. Okay, so before you even have an opportunity to move that far,
Oof.
you get about in between them and the woman that was sitting just below you that Tony definitely did not see. Stops you, grabs a hold of your arm. I advise you don't move any further.
I advise you take your hand off of my arm.
Sorry, hun. I like to keep my catch warm. And if you don't want anything happening to your little fucking bed there, I advise you don't try anything. You see, there are several powerful people here who kind of want to have your head on a stake. Lady Lust isn't gonna come to your aid.
Fine. What do you want?
You're coming with me. And my partner here. Plain and simple.
One thing. I have a question.
Yes.
Can I, as one of my racial traits, I have the ability to cast Detect Thoughts. Can I cast Detect Thoughts on... Should I cast Detect... Okay, I'm relaying to Violet whether I should attempt to Detect Thoughts.
You'll notice that before you can even cast this spell, that all of a sudden, now that this woman has her arm around Violet's wrist, you no longer can cast any sort of magic in between. Your mental connection seems to be blocked. and you don't know why.
Oh, the thick plottins.
My crow gets visibly distressed with ruffled feathers and a very cautious bird stance.
The woman from the bar approaches and makes sure that she has her weapon at the ready right behind Chrome. Now, before they can even move you, a young woman approaches. She has bright red hair and seems to be wearing more revealing-esque clothing, of course, because you're in a club, and walks over, almost saunters over, and reveals her badge. A Vampire Hunter Society badge, to be specific, and a fairly high-ranking one. Agent McAllister here. Sorry. Oh, what are you gonna do, Luka?
I just audibly say, "Oh fuck me."
Okay. Agent McAllister here. Sorry. Both of you snatchers here. I'm gonna have to tell you to not operate here in this club anymore. Unfortunately, as you both know very well, this is a neutral zone. You're not even supposed to operate here. The woman who is definitely the brains of the operation, who has a hold of Violet's wrist, looks directly at this woman, looks her up and down, is like, "And you're going to stop me?" You start to hear the ticking of, or the clicking of a chamber being pressed down. This woman means business. The other woman is like, no. We don't mean any sort of harm. Leah, let's get going. I'd rather not have the Vampire Hunter Society on us. Jeremy will be very angry at us if we have the Vampire Hunter Society on us.
Write that down.
Jeremy.
And by the way, I said Leah for the woman's name. The woman just sighs
Write that down.
and rolls her eyes and lets go of Violet's wrist. All of a sudden, the mental connection between Bird and Witch reconnect. And she's like,
kind of gesture Crow to come over to me and just like get like go tattoo on my body immediately.
Immediately, I do that, and I return to tattoo.
Return to monkey.
Return to monk. And both of the women glare at this redheaded woman, look her up and down, said, "This isn't over. We'll be meeting again." And they walk out without any sort of fuss.
Damn it.
You okay?
Walk out through which door?
First of all,
Yes.
Oh no.
first of all, I appreciate you saving me from those women. Secondly, why the fuck are you here?
I'm on a mission, to be honest. I'm actually meeting some fellow vampire hunters here.
What the hell is the Vampire Hunter Society doing here?
Keep your voice down. We're technically not supposed to be here. But due to certain circumstances, we have to be here.
Circumstances?
I don't know if I can trust a witch. I'll be honest. We're not necessarily on the same sides, hun. However, I don't
Damn.
like seeing people break the law.
Ma'am, I've been out of my coven for some time now. Their morals don't exactly align with mine.
Huh. Okay. Having an insider would be smart to have. I'll have to check it over with my command. But if you're willing to put in the work, I might be able to help you, seeing that there are snatchers after you. If you held a badge, you wouldn't necessarily be looked at as much.
Speaking of the Snatchers, do I happen to know who these two are?
History check.
Okay.
Would I be able to participate in the history check, or would I be able to instead
History
aid Violet with a history check?
Yes, you can aid. You
Okay,
can.
I wish to aid.
If you wish to aid, you get advantage, Luka. You can roll twice.
Okay, I will do that. Plus.
So a hunter
4.
walks into a pub, gets shot.
17.
Roll
17
again.
on the first one. Okay.
Oh my god, that is the most funniest joke that came in my head in this entire scenario. So Hunter walks into a pub.
What does KH1 stand for?
It's to roll your
It's an
modifier.
8! Fuck me!
So 17 it is.
17. Okay, you would know not so much specifically who the people are. However, you know snatchers. Snatchers are typically evilly aligned. They are people who are hired by various types of groups of people to collect. They collect people. And you would know, as being your background, that sometimes this collection can be very nefarious in some aspects.
Oh, yeah.
They may have wanted you for something.
Fuck! Alright. I'm gonna turn back to the woman and just be like, okay, what do I have to do?
I know that, I think 2 of my members are supposed to be meeting me here. However, I have not seen them yet. So I think we just need to kind of sit around and wait for them, unfortunately. I will have to say, look over to the other side of the bar or area, this club. Do you see across the way? See that guy in the black jacket?
I believe so, yeah.
That's Jeremy Roswin. The man they mentioned earlier. He's a snatcher.
Damn it, we took notes for nothing.
He's also a werewolf. Wolves are specifically good aligned. In other words, they're supposed to be working for us. And the fact that there is someone on their side working with a vampire in particular, because if you see the man in red who seems to be leading the conversation, that's Orpheus Paris. He's like the manager of this place. He works under Silos. And I don't recognize the woman there. However, I'd bet $10 right here and right now that she's a vampire. Look at her. Look at how she's sitting. Just seems odd. So
Would I know if she was a vampire or not? Would I be able to tell that?
We'd have to make an investigation check.
yeah, do an investigation check.
Okay.
Can I do the investigation check, or would that be for Violet?
This would be for Violet because you cannot see. You are a tattoo
on my
on her
body.
shoulder.
On my
Okay,
body.
so I'm a tattoo,
Yeah.
and so I can't see, and it's nothing like I see through Violet's eyes.
Correct.
Okay, it's just
Teen.
void. That's disorienting.
Just you're just a void.
What do you see with the 14? You kind of see that she has a pale complexion. However, because her back is to you, you only see her arm that's kind of resting on the rest, kind of swirling her finger around, now that you know Orpheus Paris's shoulder, and kind of ruffling his silk-lined shirt. You can see that she has very long nails, pale skin. However, without actually looking at her face, you can't tell if she has teeth or if she has red eyes. So you can't really tell if she's a vampire or not. However, because she is sitting seductively and she is literally nearly on this man's lap, you could probably assume.
That's
Ooh,
vampire behavior, all right. I would have to look at her face to get confirmation, but she's.
We could honestly go and do that. If you're
I
up
have a
for it, of
better
course.
idea. I have a better idea. I'm gonna kind of tap on the tattoo on my shoulder and like a knocking motion, like get up, you bird brain.
That's being unnecessarily mean, I say as I materialize on Violet's shoulder.
Hush your beak, and I'm gonna kind of pinch him. I'm gonna use. Do you see that group over there on the other side of the bar?
Yep.
I'm gonna need you to go perch yourself somewhere where they can't see you and see if you can see that woman next to the man in red. We need to know if she's a vampire.
All right. Okay, out of character. I want to check. Are there any? What does the ceiling of the room look like? Are there beams? Where are they positioned?
So I would be willing to say I'm going to draw actually on the map. I'm going to draw in, I would say, bright pink. There are beams that seem to go like, wow, come on, draw. Why don't you freehand? Draw, freehand. Yeah, there's like beams that go like here, here, and here, and they seem to like crisscross with potentially a beam here and a beam here.
I'd have to, in that case, I have to fly to the beam. I'm going to show where I would be end up going. I have to go somewhere here to get a proper angle to look at the face of the woman.
However, I need you to roll a stealth check.
Oh no.
Stealth +2. I assume I can't get an assistance on that?
Nope. Not so whatsoever, because it's you doing it yourself.
Not one.
I don't even have to fucking... Well, actually, I will give this fair. I will roll each and every person there to see if they see yourself. So let me get everyone up there. Let's see.
The curse is down. The curse.
So we're looking at perception here. Oh, someone has a +8 to perception.
They have to get in that one to fail this.
Cannot fail.
No.
So
Fuck.
here's
Oh,
one.
no.
Perception is wisdom. We have a +2.
Oh my
Nessie,
God.
I have a question about game rulings.
Yes.
Is natural one automatic fail?
It is a critical fail.
Including on skill checks.
Including on skill checks.
Wait.
Sweet. Just needed to confirm that.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
My character can cast invisibility. Are we already past the point of no return?
Roll me.
Oh my god.
Roll me. Roll me a dex saving throw.
What do I
Oh
look
no,
for there?
fuck.
You should have somewhere where it says saving throws. And it has a number next to your dex. It's right above your skills.
Right above my skills. Is it saving throw DC or
Yep.
no, above my skills?
Yeah, above your skills. So it says
Above
saving
my
throws.
skills. Oh yeah, saving throws.
And you're gonna
which,
use that
and
number
then
on
dexterity.
dex.
Dexterity is +2. Again. 1d20 +2 again to see if I can get a saving throw.
Come on.
I will tell you the DC is like 20 or 19.
Ah, damn it.
Okay,
On the topic of
so
rolling dice,
yep, this is the fun
everyone
bit.
here who is inexperienced with Avray, I pinned a message in roundtable chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, go on.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Might have to critical fail.
So you balance yourself up on top of the beams. While you are doing that, McAllister offers Violet a seat across from her just to kind of watch the bird do his thing while he hops across. So Violet, of course, you can move. You can choose a seat. She sits in the seat that she's right next to.
Okay, then I will go here.
Okay. So this bird bounces across the balance beam, and you
Oh,
start to hear
no.
a conversation. Oh, Orpheus, this is the most lovely club. When am I ever going to see Liam again? It's just so saddening that I don't hardly ever see him. Orpheus kind of looks at this woman up and down, being like, you've got to be fucking kidding me type of look that you can clearly see from where you are. Victoria. My cousin doesn't have to be at your beck and call every time you come to Euphoria. He has other things that he has to deal with. He has a very important meeting downstairs that, of course, none of us are invited to. And he pauses for a long second before saying his next sentence. He then looks at the Snatcher across from him. Jeremy, I think your sisters failed today. You both, all three of you, will not be getting paid until I have what I need is delivered to me. Remember that for the future when you try to tempt us. Jeremy looks in utter shock right at the man. And then Orpheus looks right at him again. And all of a sudden you get this cold feeling rush over your body, Crow.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like you're frozen in place. Like you can't move.
Mm-hmm.
Orpheus then gives the order, leave, Jeremy. And you just see this very tall, well-built man in this black jacket just stand up like he has no control over his body and start to walk away.
Immediately, chills.
We move from this scene.
Oh, come on!
Ah!
Ah! God damn it! I'm scared.
Number 2!
Electric
the hallway,
Boogaloo. The others.
dipshits.
Back to the hallway, dipshits.
Yeah, we're two people
Alright,
just
I'm going to
Hey!
take
Slip.
this moment to BRB.
As Caro gives off his very threatening words of, they're here to see me, the door to the club and this wash of just loud EDM music seems to hit all of your guys' ears at once who are within that general vicinity. So we're talking, this is Neraina, Owen, Caro, and of course Tressa, who is standing there. You see these two women in black clothing seem to kind of rush out of there, nearly run into Owen, because of course they don't really expect someone to be right in the fucking hallway. And they kind of look at Owen, look him up and down, see his badge that's also on his belt, sigh, and start to walk away, pushing Caro pretty much right into Tressa, to where Tressa pretty much falls right into his crotch.
Sorry, madam. Sorry about that.
Neraina's gonna kind of take a step towards them, or towards Tressa and Caro. Is that correct, Axo?
Yes.
Okay, she's gonna take a step towards him, like she's trying to figure out, was that deliberate, or is he just, or what?
Well, you would have seen the two women.
Oh, right. She's still gonna start
They were
taking steps,
kind
like
of shoving past me.
apologies. She's still gonna take a couple steps towards them, like, like she's coming for her friend.
I don't particularly like being assaulted. Ah! Get
Tressa,
your
are you-
I
hands
believe
off
you
me.
two owe my friend an apology.
Your friend?
For
New
what?
friend. For shoving me into her.
They're no friends of ours. At least, well, I
Who
can't
are you
speak for
saying
Tressa.
that to?
I'm referring to the Snatchers.
Okay.
They're no friends of mine. I can't speak for Tressa, but they're no friends of mine.
I certainly hope not.
One of them is going to turn to Leah in particular, and is going to look you dead in the eye, look you up and down, and be like, "Be careful, mage. I have no business with you on neutral ground. But if I see you in public, and it's not neutral, better believe you're next." And she's gonna start walking out.
You may certainly try.
And they're going to ignore and
Neraina-
head towards the door.
Neraina's gonna kind of just give them their backs an evil look, and she's gonna come around Owen and start walking towards Caro and Tressa again. And is Caro? Would you say he's off of Tressa at this point?
Yes, obviously.
So she
Again,
reaches down.
terribly
and helps.
sorry about that.
Yeah, Neraina reached down and helped Tressa to back up to her feet.
It is
You okay?
perfectly okay.
You
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. She's just gonna turn bright red.
Neraina's gonna give her a knowing look and kind of lean in and whisper, "Now, no need to get flustered by the cute mage, apparently."
Shut up! No one asked you! I'm leaving!
kinda- Get home safe. She's gonna get home safe. Yeah.
I will. Just do what you gotta do. For the love of God. Fuck off! And she just runs off.
Karrokhan.
Love you.
Loud.
Love you too, Tressa.
And she just flips you off from behind.
She's gonna. Neraina's gonna turn towards Caro now. I didn't catch your name.
Name's Karrokhan.
Karrokhan. Nice to meet you. Even under such awkward circumstances.
Lovely to meet you as well.
And she'll kind of extend her hand and be like, I'm Neraina Swaywind.
Swagwind.
I'll
No,
take
don't
it.
make- yeah, fuck, I was trying not to make a joke.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Swagwind.
I'm going to.
Tangent, Dragon, has your pet dog thing moved at all? Because it's still just.
Oh, he would have
Uh-oh.
followed right behind Neraina, but I would say he's kind of he's kind of side-eyeing Owen right now.
I thought I heard the word sus. I was like, Among Us.
Amongst us.
But no, but
Among
yeah,
Us.
So, and after Karrokhan and Neraina finish their green, she's gonna turn back to Owen and just be like, "Okay, so apparently, I might have been wrong about you. Do you have a name too?"
Dr. Owen Whitewood.
Neraina Swaywind.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you too. Well, that was fun, but I'm gonna go back and get a drink, 'cause I need one right now. Y'all have a good night. And she's gonna turn around and start heading back.
If you want good drinks, we have a special going on at the actual club bar if you'd like. The woman in purple pipes up, watching all of this from her seat.
I appreciate that, but I think I'm gonna go back to this quieter part for now. I have some things to think about. And she's gonna kind of nod at them and Havoc, attend, and start walking back into the room she came from.
Do you guys stop her at all?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna pretend
what's
I
right.
wasn't listening.
You may move as you please.
You know what? I'm gonna say Neraina probably sees crap. JH, what is your character's name?
Jonathan.
Jonathan. She probably sees him, but probably doesn't. She looks like she's deep in thought and probably doesn't think about the fact that he's outside the door at this point. So she'll just kind of nod
You're
at you
sort of
as she
standing
passes.
in the doorway, awkward.
Oh yeah, she'll just kind of nod at you as she goes, "Oh, excuse me," and kind of walk around you and back into the bar.
Before you get to your seat, Neraina,
Mhm.
a little thing in your head starts to kind of click. You were just told by Tressa that your friend could be held here. You know about the treaties that go on. You would know about the neutral zone. And that the fact that if a vampire was holding a free agent of another race, a magical race, the vampire hunters would 100% be involved and get involved. You just witnessed 2 vampire hunters approach you in reference to something that you and Tressa were talking about. And on top of it, they were stating that a mage was involved with whatever they were doing. This is information I give to you as a fate.
Greatly appreciated.
I'm doing it.
I'm gonna think that through, and as Neraina processes that, fuck me, and goes storming back out the doors. probably smacking Jonathan in the back as she does.
JH, send that
Yes.
in the chat.
Okay, I could share that with my sister.
What? Oh no.
Oh no! What did
I'm
what
gonna-
did it say?
This is an
I
oh
didn't
no.
see it.
Check the Swaywind.
It's funny, I promise. It's funny, I promise.
It's reusable too.
Yes,
I made it vague.
pretty much.
And there are some plot fucking devices that, as a
That is-
DM, I have to, for lack of a better word, push.
You need to lasso the party together.
I
Yeah.
did not do that intentionally. I really didn't.
It's perfectly okay, Dragon. It's perfectly okay.
Sometimes you just want to just only have peace and quiet, unless the Fays decide to give you information and smack you across the face.
And
with
that's
it.
why I'm Lady Fate.
Yeah,
'Cause-
luckily the DM is
Mine-
literally a Deus Ex Machina. so-
My token appears to have vanished, but it should be right outside the door by my.
I think it's,
there she is.
it's
Okay.
underneath.
There
It's
we go.
under the dog.
I figured it out. I figured it out. So yeah, she's gonna.
Dragon, is your token gonna stay rotated or?
Listen,
I was
Okay,
wondering
time-
about that.
My
How do
friends,
you unrotate
I
it?
am a technologically illiterate dragon.
I
Don't ask me to fix stuff like that.
got you. Okay.
Just don't do
perfect rotation,
it.
as they say.
Just
And
don't.
it's just like as Dragon goes past me again, I'm definitely going to side eye her a bit. Because, you know, it would be weird in any circumstance if someone storms into a room and then proceeds to immediately storm back out.
Sorry. Dr. Lightwood.
Did you call him Lightwood?
I
L-I?
think I did.
That...
I
Roll with it.
Sorry.
Roll
Sorry.
with it. Roll with it.
It was
Roll with
canonical.
You didn't know this person
It was
was.
canon.
It was about to happen.
Terrible with names until
At least you
further
call me
sessions.
Doctor.
Sorry. Look, just she's gonna kind of look around and she's gonna get a little bit closer and say quietly, "Are you a part of the You're a part of the Vampire Hunters Guild, League, whatever you're calling yourselves these days?"
By the way, I will say before even Mr. Owen has even a chance to respond, he can't hear you due to how loud the music is.
Ah,
Isn't that interesting?
well.
So you'll either have to
The
speak
music's
up.
too loud for me to respond.
Does he look confused or do anything when he realizes he can't hear what I'm saying?
Owen would, of course, poke at his ear to be like, can't hear you.
Okay, a little bit louder then. Are you a member of the Vampire Hunters Guild or League or whatever you all are calling yourselves these days?
Do I hear it to that time?
Yes.
I'm going to nod. I'm not going to lower my decorum to shout over the music.
I'm crying. What do you do?
Fucking hell. She's gonna look at the room with the loud music and kind of gesture away towards a quieter part of the hallway.
Just close the door, you know.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
just...
close
Oh,
the
she's
fucking
fine.
door.
Fine. I didn't realize it was still open. I thought it was swinging doors. My bad. So she's gonna kind of reach over in annoyance and shove the doors closed. Does the music level go down enough
Quite
to
a
have
bit.
Okay. Huh. Could have sworn those were swinging doors. This is going to sound odd, but I have reason to believe that an old friend of mine might have been snatched and brought here. And as this is supposed to be neutral ground, maybe you can help me.
This is also the point where I probably start to listen in now that the conversation looks to be interesting.
And I as well.
Wait, you're right there. You have.
I mean,
I don't
I'm the one
necessarily have
not
to
actively
try, but
part
I'm
of-
listening.
That is concerning. Do you have any evidence for this or any details on?
my friend Tressa there has her ears to the ground and eyes around, and she'll hand him the folder, and she was given this.
Ears to the ground and eyes around.
In it, is there a Nessie, is there a way for me to show the picture that was given to
I
me?
will give it to Zeta. Let me find the photo. So, in people's journals to Zeta. That is the photo you are given.
If you would allow me to confer with my superior officer, and I'm going to look at Jonathan as I say that.
Right. I suppose it's time for me to officially join the conversation.
Finally, you get involved. No longer in the
what-
shadows.
Finally, they say.
Neraina will take a few. Do you want me to move away?
I'm just gonna sort of exasperately approach, like, being very liberal with information today, aren't we?
Actually, at that, Neraina's going to be like, "Oh my God, they're everywhere."
They're all around us.
You can find friends in many strange places.
Neraina's going to get a kind of odd look on her face when Karrokhan says that, but she's not going to comment on it.
Neraina, make a history check for me.
Okay. Let me... Ooh, fun times.
What the hell is this about?
God damn it.
Oof.
You know that this area is a neutral zone.
Mm-hmm.
You also know that Euphoria has a history of dealings going on. Take what you can from that.
Oh, I mean, she's just waiting for the two of them to finish their chat.
So you heard Miss Neraina's story, and I'm going to hand the photo across to Jonathan.
I'm going to also give it to JH.
Is this like that part
Let the
of also,
photo
except we're all
spread.
looking, except we're all just really sharing the photo amongst each other now.
It's definitely worth a look, considering our current case file.
Where photo?
It's in roll 20.
Ah, there it is. Oh, interesting image. Okay, what were you saying, Zayden?
Imagine how I felt getting that.
Oh
You were
God.
saying?
Sorry.
Given our current case file, it might be worth taking a look.
Just nod. Like what? What else am I meant to say to this? Okay, Whose turn is it to do something?
Who else wants to look at the photos?
You want to pass the photo around? You know that Caro is supposed to be helping you with this case.
But I don't think. Did I hear anything Caro said? back
No.
there?
You heard.
Oh, yeah, you would
I
have.
swear you heard.
Like, I can sort of presume he's probably not hostile since you're having a nice conversation and all, but
You would
I mean,
have
I
heard
did
the he's
kind of
here to see
declare-
me part.
Yeah.
You would know that there is a contact that you were supposed to meet. Caro stepped in front of the whole situation when Tressa was doing her whole shtick, and he introduced himself as the mage that you two were going to be talking with in reference to what was going on at this club.
okay, in that case, I'm going to fall back on the good old manners and say, apologies, I seem to have missed the introductions. You would be?
Name's Karrokhan. With the guild.
Pleasure.
Both vampire hunters make me a history check.
Okay.
Okay, what's history?
Ba-ba.
Most normal conversation so far between these two.
I did not anticipate this many fucking histories.
I'm gonna say Neraina took a couple steps back to give them
Okay,
a semblance
okay.
of privacy.
So it looks like Zeta's just leading on this one. Owen,
Zeta's
you
the smart one.
Yes, great.
yeah, Owen, you were contacted by a member of the Mages Guild, a person by the last name Hendeft. Hendeft, you know, is someone who is a part of the guild, and she was the one who specifically mentioned and started the report on potentially something going on at Euphoria. She also mentioned that one of her close compatriots would be assisting.
So you're here with Miss Hendeth?
Fortunately, she could not make it today.
Ah, unfortunate.
Indeed.
Do you have any proof that you're who you say you are? I can't just go and give the case file to anyone.
I mean, I'll just,
You'd have your ID on you.
yeah, I have my ID. I'll give you that.
Imagine just him just shot.
It would be his normal driver's license. It would say his first and last name, how old he is, that he lives in the area, that it's a valid ID.
I'm gonna hand the case file as I'm handing the ID back.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm
Let's
going
have
to
a look.
hand this case file
Ow.
over to Axo's
Well, that
character.
is certainly a face.
Oh no.
That is certainly an image.
I had the same reaction.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Someone was learning how to Photoshop.
I fucking hate all of you.
Hey.
Of course, so I will pull this photo up for everyone. So this is the case file that they are looking at so that everyone is aware of things. Let me actually close all these character files out so that we don't get spoilers.
No spoiler.
Good thing I wasn't looking.
Why the
Yeah, also good thing the resolution isn't really high enough to read anything right now.
I might actually need to
I
give
have
this
the
read.
stream
to
open in
myself.
the background.
Okay, so here's the case file to anyone who wants to read it on screen.
Can you
Iris,
assign
look
it
away
to us?
unless you're
Harry?
on
I'm
the
Or
not
do we
gonna
can-
assign it to anyone who doesn't need to see it right now.
Damn it!
You
I
don't-
would crave information.
I know you do. So
Mate,
You can always
okay.
bribe people outside the game.
Is it? Wait, where is
Ooh,
this?
yes.
If
One
we're
second.
getting...
so that's Neraina,
I'll
you
get a
would
DM in a
not
moment.
see
Okay.
it.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, this is the case
You
file.
could 100% look over Karo's shoulders and maybe roll a
Hmm.
deception check to see if you see it, but
You know, I think Neraina's gonna be respectful right now and stay where she is, a couple steps away from them.
okay.
Just
So what do you four do?
I'm still a couple steps away, just kind of probably petting havoc and waiting for them to finish their little conference that they're having.
Say, I dare say this is not the best location to have a conversation like this. Might we find some better accommodations?
That would probably be for the best.
You all know that you guys could order a room and have a conversation. Now, before you guys go and decide on whether or not to do that, we're gonna swap over to the other group.
We accomplished jack shit. But
It's fine.
Okay.
accomplished-
We
You
are at least a
accomplished you guys
solidified
gathered in
group
one
now.
group. That's what you accomplished.
4 of you are
Immediately
a gathering of
returning.
introverts, also called an awkward.
I remember that video. That's Exerbia, isn't it?
Yes.
Nice.
It is in fact Exerbia.
Perfect. So, returning to our scene.
So,
Given
before
where we left off-
anything,
Mhm.
Crow, you of course have gotten this overall cold feeling.
Yeah, and I was
Rush
like I'm
over
locked
you.
down by something.
Yes.
Do
You
do I
see-
know that that's something magical?
You can make an Arcana check.
Arcana check?
Arcana.
Okay, good. I have a +6 on that.
Doesn't necessarily mean you'll do it as well.
I know.
Yeah, the DC could be 25 for her, you know.
Twin that 20.
But that's a not fucking 20. That'll sure do something.
It also means I can potentially, I can do an Arcana check on myself and whatever Orpheus was doing to the werewolf, because it looked like he was being involuntarily
It
moved.
would be separate checks, though, wouldn't it?
It would be
No,
separate
but-
checks. It
Would
would
it?
100%. So
Damn it.
I will give it to you though. You 100% know that this is vampiric power. However,
Mhm.
it's not coming from Orpheus.
Interesting. Do I know
It's
who it's coming
coming from Victoria, who is sitting right next to him,
from?
tapping his shoulder, being
Self-control.
like, "You didn't have to be so mean to him." Anyways,
So she's multitasking. The question is, do I know if she's actively directing it at me or if it's being directed in a wide area and I happen to be caught in it?
you would know that it's an area effect.
So they may not necessarily be intentionally casting it on me.
I'll let you think about that. So you see her,
Noted.
you see her stroke his shoulder a little bit. I'm
Mhm.
going to go and call it for the night. I want to get as much beauty sleep, and plus, I have 2 lovely ladies that I am hosting. I would like to see them before they are off. Orpheus, make sure to come by my room later. And tell Liam to come along too. Can always be worth the party. This snatcher is going to disappear, essentially. He is going to poof out of existence because of a magical item he has on him. And you're going to watch as the woman gets up and slowly saunters off walking away from both of you. Orpheus watches as she walks away, also not keeping or not losing sight of her until she walks out of sight and away from the two of you sitting there. She's going to open the door, letting the music out into the hallway, and is going to essentially run in to the other group and be like, "Oh, excuse
cool.
me."
Vampire meets 3 vampire hunters. 2 vampire hunters.
Oh,
Hold up.
Vamps and a mage.
Oh,
Two hunters
and-
and a
Hold up.
mage.
Hold.
And
let me finish.
Hold up.
Let me.
Now,
Hang on now.
character has finally entered my visual range, and I can ask, do I recognize that correctly?
Make a perception check, because if they're looking in your direction, you'll notice their facial features that are vampiric.
Do I recognize that correctly, Nessie?
I'm accidentally. So
That fucking
The-
I see you.
So the two
Do I?
the two people who potentially could recognize her, roll a history check.
My history.
And I said the
JH being
two.
frustrated
I
at
said the
history
two
is what-
that would recognize her. So there are 2 in the party that would 100% potentially recognize her.
I can't believe he looks so
What do you know? It's not me.
What do you know?
I wonder who the other
Of course.
person is.
Oh, you're rolling for
Hmm.
2 people.
There's one other person in the
My-
party.
The
Roll.
voice chat from me has been cutting in and out.
Oh. So
That is
to connect back with you, Zeta in particular, you would recognize potentially this person. So you can roll me a history check.
Yes.
Ooh.
JH,
Thank you.
JH instantly knew.
Hey.
Do you pull out your gun?
No,
Okay.
take me for it.
I'm going to do this individually for the both of you. Okay, because both of you definitely 100% passed the DC there. It's not that hard.
Just for a split second before we continue, is my character out of Violet, out of the vampire's area of
As-
effect?
As she passed the middle seat of the bar,
Mm-hmm.
you would feel the effect just drop. However, Orpheus looks up at you and says, "You may want to be careful the next time you go to listen in on someone's conversation, because this is a neutral zone, and you happen to be connected to who you are connected with. I won't attack this time. Leave."
Done.
I immediately patter over, fly, hop, flap, whatever, back to Violet. Just want to quickly reconfirm one thing. The ability to fade back into a tattoo is going to be done when I'm in physical contact with Violet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So in that case, I just navigate back to Luka, the Violet, and share everything I've I've heard very quickly over telepathy while keeping a close eye on the door.
Okay. So, back to the group.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan,
Yes.
you would know this person as Celine Gavel.
Never would have thought of that.
You never would have thought of that. You know that the last person she saw and was connected with was your old partner. However, She looks around the group and doesn't seem to recognize you.
Yeah, why would she though? I'm not noticeable after all. Or remarkable.
To Owen. You recognize this person as Victoria Gavel, a woman that you are quite familiar with, as you have seen her talking with your sister. However, again, just like with Alrick's partner, your sister was the last seen with Miss Gavel.
I could hear the hammering typing.
She does not seem to recognize you. And she just starts to walk off, bypassing all of you.
Significant eye contact with Sega.
Also, death glare.
Dare I say, prolonged eye contact?
She
eyes.
saunters off.
So, we gonna talk about that?
Also, guys, I'm gonna point this out. I think the videos are fucking with my connection, so I'm gonna have to shut your videos off. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What do you guys do? I'm gonna give you time. I'm gonna give you
actually-
time to think about that. We're gonna head back to the other three that are sitting at a table.
Mm-hmm.
And the vampire huntress is gonna perk her head up. As the door was opening, there had been a conversation between Caro, Jonathan, and Owen in reference to something that they were working on. And that conversation was cut short due to the door being opened by Miss Gavel. She's gonna kind of think for a second, recognize one of the voices, and be like, hold up. Come with me, actually. I think my vampire hunter friends are here. And she's gonna start going towards the door.
I
Crow
immediately
on me
return
at
the
this point?
tattoo. Yes, I already flew back to you, and I want to immediately return the tattoo. Can I
I'm
hear
gonna
things when I'm an
follow.
ephemeral tattoo?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make a listening in check if that's necessary. Actually, shouldn't be because we're just heading into normal conversation.
Actually, I'm just gonna kind of tap on you and just be like, you can come out.
I'm going to signal back that I prefer to stay hidden.
Okay?
So before stepping
Alright,
into
then
the
I'm gonna follow.
hallway, she's gonna look at Owen and be like, Owen, I can't believe you're here. You finally fucking made it.
Lord.
Zeta, did you hear that?
Do come from everywhere.
And the mages. We had trouble locating the Mages Guild contact.
Oh, that's right. Oh, what is his fucking last name?
He's right here.
Oh, good to meet you. Sumethra?
Just call me Carl.
Kara, pleasure to meet you. I am, oh, where's my fucking badge? I'm sorry, I'm a mess today. I am, Agent Kara McAllister, head commander of the local branch. Well, new head commander, unfortunately. Ever since the, untimely demise of, Miss Hiltsley.
Again, under Neraina's breath. Oh my gods, they're fucking everywhere.
They
Do we?
keep growing.
Do you think we have a better place to potentially go and talk someplace quieter than here? Because I can barely hear.
Nessie, out of game
Excellent idea.
question. You said something about I have a place nearby.
Okay. So the place nearby, you guys can choose. I will give you guys the choice. You can either pay for a room up a floor, or McAllister is going to give a suggestion to go down the steps a bit downstairs.
I believe a private room would be better.
Aye.
Okay. I can pay for it since I'm high ranking. I'm going to choose that, so give me a second. She's going to shimmy herself in between you, be like, oh, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me.
Neraina's gonna
I
step
was
in
kind
a
of
little
sitting there
bit.
just like, who the
So, bit confused. Why are there so many of you? All of a sudden.
I just realized I'm not outside in the hall. I'm just gonna go here.
We're just hanging out the
And
doorway.
two, do you think
Close the
there's
fucking door.
anything here? And she'll reach and kind of tap on the photo or on the file if it's not open.
Thank you.
Welcome.
She's gonna then, before you can even say anything, she's gonna come back with a singular room key. I got a room. Come with me very quickly. By the way, this is Violet. She's working with me. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Who are you? I don't believe I got news that there was gonna be another one with us.
My name is Neraina Swaywind, and I have reason to believe that an old friend of mine might have been snatched and brought here. I was talking to your compatriots earlier about whether or not they could help me.
Oh,
Very
great! Another one snatched. Lovely. You're not the first one that I've had cases of this. There's a reason why we're here. Before we continue, let's go upstairs and actually get us a room. If you will head with me, we're going to head up to the right, I believe. So she's going to head upstairs to the right.
Oh, okay. I don't know where the fuck that is. Oh.
Yoink.
I do a little follow.
I follow and bring Havoc with me.
Now,
I don't know
once
where
you
the
guys all get close together, I'm going to copy and paste this so we can go to the next map.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Sure.
I
The
hear you
Lovely.
And
loud and
somewhere.
clear.
Zeta, move your damn thing.
Hey, why is my internet?
Wait, you have internet now?
Ah!
The internet, it lives!
Aha!
Does it? Is it
Okay.
alive?
Think.
Fuck off, motherfucker.
Sounds like it.
Perfect.
I'm alive. I'm good.
Oh, motherfucker.
So we're going to go upstairs
Mm-hmm.
Whee!
to the next floor
Happiness noise.
while it
Come on.
loads for me.
Noises.
Loading for me as well.
I'm in.
Ah, there.
I think.
We all should have visibility. Our characters should load
Yep.
in very slowly.
Mhm.
Everyone's characters should be there now.
In.
Just had to
Oh,
put myself on a
yeah.
timer
Now,
real quick.
Say it.
Before we do anything past this point, we are going to take a 10-minute break because we have been going for about 2 hours now. I think
It
it's a
feels
good.
like 10 minutes.
I know, right? It's gonna be fun.
No.
And of course, we still have one more player to even introduce to the party which
I was
will
gonna say, where people?
I'm afraid.
there's
There's
a reasoning that is coming. There's another reason why I want to take a pause here and let everyone take a breather break and
Some food.
get some
Yeah, for
snacks,
food.
take a pee break. We are just going to take time and take a little rest a bit. At this point, if anyone is in chat wants to ask us questions about various things, or if anyone has comments on anything, we are willing to answer. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put us
I'm not going
on-
anywhere.
I will
Put us
be
on
right back. I
just-
must go check on the
I
apartment
also
dog.
need to
I'll be back.
lobby.
Do what you gotta do.
Honestly, I did go get a food break.
Yeah, that's
real
kind
quick
of.
because I need.
So we'll take a 10-minute
I
break.
got my food next to me, but
It's gotta be the dynamic shadows that's messing me up. I do not normally have problems with roll 20.
Yeah, it has
Dynamic-
to be.
Are you blaming your rolls
This
on
is
roll
all
20?
new to me. I have never used anything with dynamic shadows.
Hi, Kitty.
they're not that advanced though. So why the?
They're not super
That is
advanced.
like
We're just
20.
like
they
Roll
are-
well,
20
I'm
was
gonna-
made in 2001, so or 2000.
But just like
I
oh, we had
I'm
a
gonna
brief
use this
appearance.
break as an opportunity to fiddle with my browser settings and
has
see
what?
if that fixes anything.
Right, you do that.
Luca,
I was
what's
just
going
saying we had a. I was just saying that we had a brief appearance of my IRL familiar Artemis.
on? The child.
Child.
The
There we go.
child.
There's the timer. Fucking hell. I was struggling with that timer.
Nothing ever. It's not a Nessie stream without one count.
I was about to say, yeah, without one or two problematic issues of where things just don't want to load for me.
Yeah.
And it's always problematic at best. So how is everyone liking the campaign so far?
It's awesome.
Oh my god, I'm
I'm making
I'm
this
like-
thing.
I'm living
always-
for it.
Yes.
I'm living for it.
damn.
Okay.
Yeah,
hooked.
I'm like, you bring a lot of big tension, especially when like slight little cliffhangers just to
almost
revert the Bruh.
Apparently, I'm next. Though they may certainly try.
My favorite character, the Crow.
The crow. The crow is everyone's
The
favorite.
crow.
Bro.
It's not even a
I'm
crow.
ready for the
It's a
buzzer.
raven.
The first, my first favorite character, the Crow. The second favorite, the dog.
It's
I
the
am
animals.
doing my thing again.
Your thing again?
I smell my backstory.
Hey DM, I have a question.
Yes, question.
What's
No,
your
I'm just
question,
saying-
soldier?
Question.
I don't know. I was just saying, hey.
What about it? What was your question? Now, if you're asking when you are, if you're asking why
No.
or when you're going to come in, you're going to have to wait on that.
No, that was not the question. It was just me saying, hey.
We have
Like, in the,
Do we
in the
have
most
any-
nerdiest voice of saying, hey, I got a question right now.
I do have a question. I've DM'd it to Nessie.
do we have any questions in Twitch chat right now? I can't have it open
I've
because
not
I'm
seen
hotspot.
any.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
I do have the stream open, and I haven't seen anything. So,
Okay.
we're good.
Thank you, love.
On
Of
what?
course.
On questions? Yeah, I haven't gotten any questions either. There
Yeah.
are 8
Alright.
people watching. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
Hi, okay.
I may or may not be
Eight,
one
I
of
see
them.
4.
We are currently
one of
on
them.
break for a few seconds. I may go make myself another cup of tea. Just because I need a drink.
I'm probably gonna.
Here's a question. Are we allowed to ask each other questions? Just the funny ones, though?
If you want to do that while I go and get myself a drink, gladly.
Sure.
Mm.
Okay.
When mom leaves the house, the children can
Okay.
talk.
So here's the question I have for all of you guys: what would be the greatest? What is their favorite food to eat?
In character?
Yeah, in character.
In character.
God fucking damn it! You're making me think
You're
now.
the one who brought the questions in. You're the one who has to deal with the consequences. I
Fair,
saw
it is
what
my
you
fault we
did.
have guilty pleasures.
Yes, exactly.
Is actually pescatarian, so she really likes tuna. Ahi tuna.
Oh, I kind of, due to how I wrote some stuff, I kind of have to ask, why do you want to know that?
It's just a silly question. Just you know, to pass time.
Planning on poisoning us by giving us food we enjoy?
Ending up poisoning us.
I would certainly hope not to get poisoned this
I'm
early.
not poisoning anyone. Jesus, what do you think my character is?
We don't know yet!
I don't know yet.
You, my friend, have not been introduced.
I
Far as
like
we
how
know, you do
point-
not exist.
Get this Frenchman out.
Boy.
Get fucked,
Ooh,
Tony.
down, Mr. Frenchman.
Just the disappointed look on his face makes me smile.
Wait, my internet actually might be back up. Hold on, I'm gonna try to. I may
Check.
fall
see,
out.
let's see,
I
let's see.
may fall out.
Please do not die. No die. Die bad.
I'm very scared for what exactly I'm going to be. The fact that we have to go through halftime to this now terrifies me.
I'm terrified.
You almost got the gun on you.
I almost got fucking snatched. Why? The fuck
Well,
did I
Luka,
do?
In the middle of
calm
the
down.
safe zone.
Your stash would have most likely, like, there were people right outside the fucking door. Very dangerous people.
Yeah,
So-
but that's
You would have
that's the
been
thing.
fine.
That's
No,
only
you're
if
fine,
they
you're
would have
burned.
gone out of that door upon snatching Violet. They might have gone
That
somewhere
is
else.
not the
They wouldn't-
point. That is not the point.
I know.
Point is that it almost happened. Point is that it's
Welcome to D&D.
I'm going to make
I'm
so many
terrified.
memes about this campaign, you will not believe it.
Please
Oh,
keep
yeah,
sending
I
me.
love it.
unexpected, Luca.
We look
Oh,
at
Oh, the resident Weaver.
They don't call you the meme lord for nothing.
dude, the one.
Indeed.
I'm
It's
just
also one of my better highlights on that is just the fact of the dynamic between the cowboy and the doctor, the introvert versus the extrovert. That kind of dramatic is great, by the way.
Love it.
For real, for
love
real.
Just like the done doctor, while you have the like fun hyper cowboy, just like hey.
Thank you, Tony.
Mhm.
Feel
And
free to
getting
send
hungry
that
again.
in the Sanquinis chat.
Got the meme, or
No, ma.
The thing he just
I mean, I
sent
could- I
in the
could probably
DM
send-
fuckery chat.
I can probably send the meme too, since you know it's
fuckery?
not.
I'm just thrilled I'm not the only one who got traumatized by that picture.
I don't even know what the picture looks like, but I imagine
It
that
is
traumatized.
it is
Odd.
an image. It is one of the images of all time.
I mean, I won't lie, it made me go, oh, and then made me go, oh.
Ooh,
Like, there
it
was
is,
a moment, and then I was like, oh, wait, no, this is not good.
Okay. Does anybody have any notes other than, like, what the fuck is
have
happening?
not- I have
I keep
not
everything
been writing
mentally.
anything down. Brain empty.
This is
Zeta has
why
said he was
we're-
frantically taking notes. So
and
We need
My
to. We need to like go into DM fuckery after this. Like,
Yeah.
we've been in DM fuckery.
One thing.
oh, like we actually need to get into a call after this.
I want to know what. I want to know what's going on with the fact that we recognize that same person as different people.
Oh God,
Ooh.
no.
Yeah, that's a thing.
I am making another meme about that. Hold on.
Guys,
I smell combat.
Good. I get to show off then.
I smell combat. Like, I don't know why. I just smell
Okay,
combat.
so here's the thing that I just realized.
Sus.
You guys basically bought one room.
Sus.
But wait, I just want to say in advance, you guys bought one room. How many beds do you think is going to be there, and
Not
who's going to
staying
be on
overnight.
the
We're
night?
not going there to
Yeah.
sleep. We're going there to have a little discussion, and then we're leaving.
Also, I want to know how Lady knew my name. And I didn't tell her. I don't think I told her. I tell her.
Do you have any
No.
vampires in your backstory? You may or may not be the same person.
No. I'm talking about the vampire hunter society lady, the one who like came to my rescue.
her,
How did she know my
her.
name? I didn't tell her. I did not tell her.
She
I tell
probably
her.
knew.
Consider, however, before you get too paranoid, consider the DM as fallible. So
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's fair.
Was that a DM mistake, or is there a reason for that, Nessie?
I think
This
that's
is not
the
good.
tea.
She's
Never
making
mind.
tea.
We will confirm that
Well,
when
we
Nessie
can ask that
returns.
question out of character, probably.
She's making tea, but she's using
I
Bluetooth
also
headphones
have
so
a
she can
question
hear
for
us.
Nessie regarding the club in general. Because
Mhm.
it's giving a
Okay.
vibe. I want to know if it's modeled after one of the clubs from my favorite series of books,
What's the series called?
The Dresden Files.
Ooh.
no, I'm going to turn on the camera again.
Yeah, we can all do
I'm
that.
not going to,
I can't.
as I am currently burning alive.
What?
Understandable.
I'm on unreliable connection.
Yay!
Luca, you can disable their camera in personal settings.
Yeah, there's a setting to be doing.
I
You
know.
can just
I can't.
disable video.
Oh, y'all's camera doesn't affect it.
What?
I discovered it's my camera.
weird.
Okay. No, actually, that does make sense. It would be
I'm
taking
on
a fair amount of processing power.
Tony.
That is a lot of outbound data.
What did you say?
It's on a hotspot.
I'm on a fucking hotspot.
It is a fairly high amount of outbound data, even if Discord compresses it.
Let's see. Outbound. The total amount of outbound data is.
Can we not discuss this during D&D session, please?
Let's not discuss that. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very low. I'm looking at the bit rate. It is
I
startlingly
just
low.
said
Silence.
Stop.
Donate.
I
Fine.
will yeet you to the fucking bucket.
I will
the
return
fucking
stronger than ever.
the fucking
Ah,
bucket's
Nessie's
coming.
back.
Nessie
Welcome.
returns to the bucket.
Chuck it in the bucket, chuck it in the bucket.
Welcome everyone, and
Hey.
welcome back to the stream. I'm your host Nessie, the captain of the ship, and we go back to the lovely campaign of House Sanguinus, where our lovely group has now, majority of us have seen each other, and we have a lovely vampire huntress who is leading the group up to the room to where they can be able to talk. This also will become your guys' room as a safe place to hang out and discuss things throughout the campaign. So from now on,
But no, you are
This-
speaking again.
this will be your place. Now,
We can have a literal there was only one bed trope.
there was literally only one bed.
We need to know how many beds.
I mean, I guess I can host someone at my place, but
Anywho.
And I could just become incorporeal.
So as you guys walk down the hall, Kara is going to talk about, now this floor happens to be in a giant U shape. I know we came in on the right side, but really we should have come in on the left side because our room happens to be on the other side. It is actually the middle room. So just follow me. So she starts to lead the group down the hall. And as you guys get down the hall, you see a woman.
I immediately.
Woman.
What is it?
And
Do I perceive or do I
she is
investigate?
heading up those stairs to the second floor.
Looks at PNG.
scribbles notes.
This whole time, Kara's speaking like nobody's even there. Now, as you know, we're supposed to be so polite here. Now, I happen to know that the case file is very interesting. Now, if you guys don't mind, keep following up, keep up, come on.
I'm trying.
Don't hurry me too much.
You see this woman, the people who know who she is, heads up all the way to the stairs and disappears at the top of the stairs.
I'm going to glance at Jonathan.
I'm gonna give a significant look back.
Again, Kara's just gonna continue down the hallway, and just mumble something. Now, where the fuck did I put that key? No, they just fucking gave it to me. God damn it! Why the hell did I have to be
have it in
so?
your
Move
hand.
my token. I can't fucking move my token. What the fucking?
I
hell?
got you.
Thank
Have
you reloaded?
Press the
This is why I'm
Have
here.
you reloaded your page?
So-
since
I am
you've-
genuinely trying to keep up. I'm sorry.
So as Violet moves past this last room down here at the end, actually,
What?
she hears a familiar
I mean-
voice.
I mean,
You can make me a history check if you'd like.
Is this a history I would know about or not?
I should have spected the history
No.
more. This is
Okay.
ridiculous.
oh,
expect the
no.
You are
unexpected.
hidden, my friend.
There's always that one check that shows up way too often where you kick yourself for not getting proficient in it.
Damn it! It's an 8.
The door is of course locked when you go to try it, so you can't exactly peek your head into the room, and the voice sounds familiar. It's in an accent that you kind of recognize, and you hear this voice discuss something about your past. How he happens to know that you're right outside the door. And he says something to the effect of, "Now, Violet, you could always come in and talk to me directly instead of trying my door. Or you could go off with your friends. I don't care."
Russian.
Slavic accent. Things are serious now.
At this point, while you make your decision, Kara's gonna open up the door and walk into your guys' shared room.
I'm gonna kind of lean up against the wall and just Are you who I think you are?
That is up to you to find out, dear.
Yep, you are, and respectfully, fuck you. And then she kind of just taps on the door. All right, let me in.
I stay hidden, but I send a quick mental message saying, "Can I have some information?"
Later.
What is the
Didn't know you could
password,
do an
dear?
accent, Nessie.
Let me the fuck in before I punch you into next year.
Fine, the door is unlocked.
Hey, God. I fucking hate you. Is it the one I'm outside right now?
What?
That
Repeat?
one? Yep. Yep. I fucking knew it. You might want to get your ass in here.
Do you choose to close the door behind you?
Not yet.
Everyone besides Tony and Violet, make me perception checks.
You're loud.
Oh! Finally! A roll!
Double check.
Whoa!
Oh, what
I
the
rolled
fuck?
good!
Damn it. God damn it.
What the fuck?
The age
I
is
rolled
just
jack
completely
shit.
failing.
Damn.
Damn it.
Me with the
God
lowest
damn
bonus
it.
getting the highest roll.
Yep. So, in order to go into the room behind Miss McAllister was, oh my gosh, I am blurring all names together right now. It is great. Neraina went in first, followed by Jonathan. Then Violet started knocking on the door and talking to someone through the door right as Owen stepped through the threshold of the door. But it was Caro who watched as this young woman entered the room and shut the door behind her.
Very well. Not my business, so I won't prod.
So, in this lovely room that the group of you see 3 beds. And only 3 beds.
Wow.
However, there is a little bed-ish thing by the window that potentially 1 or 2 of you could sleep on, as well as there is space potentially that you could get a trundle.
Nessie, how close is my place to this club?
Very far away.
Not worth the drive.
Very far away. This will be your base of location.
Lovely.
Kara looks at all of you. Well, get comfortable. So let's get everyone on straight and narrow path here. We're looking specifically for the owner of this location.
Can someone shut the door, maybe?
I got it.
Perfect.
Oh, that's ominous.
That's very ominous. I love it. So we're looking for the owner of this place. His name is Liam Xylos. He has been on our radar since the beginning of the war. We've asked for other assistances from other HQs to come and help. At this moment, we're a skeleton crew, seeing that the Seattle, Washington area headquarters was completely destroyed at the beginning of the war. I'm not even supposed to be here. I'm actually from DC's unit. And I've worked a few times with your commanding officers, Jonathan, actually. I know a few of them. I happen to know Mr. Brushwick quite well. We were in the same unit back in the day. So if that tells you anything about our connections, I personally asked for you. Now, Owen, you work in the Southern District. I know we haven't really talked much, but I know your command also. Besides that, I have asked the mages to get involved, and now that Miss Swaywind has also come to...
Swaywind.
God dang. Has also come to us with some information. I am even now more concerned than ever that there is a location potentially underneath all this building. She's going to pull out some maps. You see this area by the stairs? In older maps, it's not closed off like these. Meaning there's a secret location down to a potential basement into this area. Now, I don't know how true that is, but I'm going to leave it up to you guys to go and investigate. Now, remember, if this is a secret location, the vampire hunters here should know discretion. Don't let anyone see you. Remember, this is a neutral zone, even if they are doing nefarious things down in our basement. I don't want this to come up and bite me later. Understood?
Heard.
Understood.
Neraina's just going to kind of tilt her head, not say anything.
Now, as this conversation is going, in the other room, this tall, lanky drow man with no shirt on is lightly perched up on his pillows, legs crossed, reading a book, and looks over the book right at Violet.
Of course you would be here.
Why wouldn't I be? It's a neutral zone.
I'm aware of that.
I heard that you were here. It's really hard for me to keep up that voice.
Yes. I kind of have to be.
I have some news for you. Care to listen?
Do you?
Gladly, I have another
Been
place
here?
in my bed for you.
I'd prefer to stand for now, thank you very much.
Oh, why be so sad?
She's gonna just kind of glare at him.
Would you prefer this be Caleb? Oh, you don't like that name? I see. Having troubles with your boyfriend.
He's not my boyfriend.
Oh, that's not what he told me last week. He's been quite concerned about you. You know, he's at the school right now. Apparently, they're having a meeting there.
Okay.
Apparently, a certain head of the Mages Guild might be working under nefarious businesses.
And why tell me this?
Because I'm such a good friend.
No, last time you called yourself a good friend, you left me handcuffed to an altar table while I was being stabbed with many needles.
That's history.
We're just gonna kind of lean in. Victor, I don't align with the Coven anymore.
What if I said I didn't either?
Yeah. I probably wouldn't fucking believe you. I see how you act. I see how invested you are. You yourself taught me everything that I know. You are my closest friend. But what they were doing, that's not me. Unless you can give me some convincing, actual reason as to why I should believe that your goals no longer align with them, I want nothing to do with you.
Caleb sent you a text message this morning or this afternoon, didn't he? He wasn't going to. Who do you think persuaded him? It was me. Fromoko didn't even want to talk to you after everything that came out about you. But I persuaded him. Now, as you know, without being a mage or a potential mage, you can't go up into the school. So you're gonna need a guide. And I can't take you, because I myself am not a mage. So keep that in mind if you want to get back into the school. Especially after being in the Coven.
She's just gonna kind of roll her eyes at the mention of the school.
I know you don't like it. However... Oh, what was her name? What was her name? Umbra. Ira Umbra. She's the new headmistress. She's better than the old fart that used to be there. Potentially, she could let you in as a late student. I would ask her. Her last name seems interesting to me. Umbra. If you think about
That's gonna
it.
kind of pull her. That's gonna kind of pull her sleeve up and reveal a half-hidden tattoo sleeve. Last time I went in there, they knew by my name that my grandmother was a witch. And they almost caused me bodily harm dragging me out of there. You really think with these tattoos you're gonna let me back in? Regardless
Yes.
of who the headmistress is?
Yes. I've heard that she is very convincing. And she is one of those who is spouting the stuff about equality and things. Something to think about. That's I offer you this as a gift of being your friend.
Insight check.
Okay, roll insight.
I want to make an insight check on this fucker.
Can I roll an investigation check because I'm just hella suspicious? I can't see, but I can hear. I can know what's being said.
Yes. Let me
Okay.
find where is this guy's stat sheet. I always lose his stat sheet.
Nope, 6. God damn it.
Okay, I will run an investigation check. Give me a moment. Roll 1d20 plus 6, I believe.
Okay.
Investigation is... Yes, on a plus 6s. Rolling now. 17.
To all intents and purposes, he is telling the truth.
I really don't have any other choice but to believe you, do I?
No, you don't.
Fine. Alright.
So, I advise you try to find someone to take you up there. I will be here, I guess, to await your return.
I'm gonna kind of turn towards the door and just start to make my way out. And
He's
then
gonna whistle as you leave.
turn around and kind of give him like a...
Like a wolf whistle or an attention whistle?
I'm just gonna kind of turn around and look at him like...
Just disgust.
Victor?
Old habits die
Victor?
hard.
You didn't get me when I was in the Coven, and you're not going to get me now.
I can still try.
Just be quietly
I'm not a
rotating
whore.
in the room.
But you are in the Coven of Lust. Anyway,
Zeta
Go
is
on.
totally living in spin.
go on. I need to sleep.
That's me.
Someone in the corner living in spin.
Me.
I'm gonna
Spin?
just walk out.
I've been quietly rotating my character the entire time.
I've been
Before I
watching.
Before
Perfect
I even
location.
shut the door completely, I'm just gonna kind of flip him off through the door.
Anytime, darling. Anytime.
Oh, go suck a dick.
I am into those too.
In character.
Period.
Oh, damn.
Play King.
Ooh,
In
boy.
character,
Amen.
I mentally ask Violet if he would have noticed me. If she thinks that he's strong enough and has the necessary skills to notice me.
Can I make some kind of check too?
Arcana check.
History? I can't. Okay.
Arcana check.
Or would I be making the Arcana check? in
Both
that
of you
case?
can.
Okay, I'm gonna roll
Plus
Arcana. Another
3 to-
1d6. 1d20 plus 6.
Plus 3 to Arcana.
Plus 6 to Arcana.
1d20.
I love having plus 6. I'm
Plus
rolling. I got a 13,
3.
right?
15.
You got higher than me.
Okay. Not necessarily, Tony. You would know. However, Luca, 100%. You fucking know he knows.
I'm gonna
Knows.
kind of just like. I'm just
You're gonna
kind of.
troll
I'm just
it
gonna
for me?
kind of like. I'm just gonna kind of like. Yeah. He knows the familiar contract. At least he knows of it. So if he would have seen you on me, he would have known.
He didn't see that. He did. Did he? Wait. When you lifted your arm, when Violet lifted their sleeve and showed the tattoo, was that the tattoo of Crow? Or was it a different
No,
tattoo? Okay. So
no, but those are
Mhm.
Lust Coven tattoos.
Now,
Okay,
however,
so-
as Violet was lifting her sleeve, the other sleeve would have lifted also temporarily. So, give that as you will. However, as you guys go to leave, he'll be like, "Don't stay away for too long. My bed is always warm." And the door automatically shuts with magic.
I'm just gonna kind of clench my fists and be like, I'm just gonna say this directly to Crow. Do not let him charm you at all.
I don't like him either. Crow just
I
go,
like this guy.
Crow's just gonna go. No.
Now, as
He's-
you guys go to head towards the room of the rest of the group, the door opens up. Because at this point, Kara starts shooing everyone out of the room as she gave the order to go downstairs, handing the maps of the place to, we'll say to Zeta.
That is the more conspicuous of us.
Do I get
Well, like
an
he's the
actual
responsible
map?
one.
I will give me a second. I'm going to actually send you these because it's just easier for me to send them directly to you. Let me find them first. Fucking hell.
All that.
Okay. It's a big file.
Allow me to open this in browser.
So on the very bottom floor, you'll see the two stairs. The two stairs looking at towards
Yeah.
the hallway. If you go directly straight towards the back, instead of those doors being there, there's a staircase that goes down. And that what looks like doors looks like a wall that was patched up.
Ooh.
So there's some information for you.
So a ground floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
So, you guys have your information.
Interesting.
Where do you go next?
Outstairs, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Let's head to the suspicious area.
I will
It
move.
looks patched up.
We're just moving in that direction, going, don't be suspicious.
Don't be
suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
No sus.
No sus at all. As you guys go towards those stairs, I will help move Dragon towards that area, as well as her doggo friend and Luka.
Thank you.
All
Sorry,
towards the stairs. So this door.
Distracted.
Oh, Luka moved back as I was moving Luka.
Teleported behind you.
I was moving you and you moved yourself. Okay, so
Sorry.
so this area will stay essentially open for everyone. Remember, you can always come back to this room. However, we're gonna go back downstairs as everything loads again.
Oh shit! I gotta go AFK. BRB.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I have to load the map anyway, so.
Oh, it's already loaded.
Yeah, already loaded for me.
Yeah.
I'm not loading. We're not
When
gonna
the
talk about it.
GM's the only one that doesn't load.
Quick, do shenanigans.
Shenanigans?
Arrange yourselves
happening.
roughly positioned.
Everyone
Arrange
keeps
yourselves in the
spinning.
form of a middle finger.
Fucking hell, guys.
Easy
Keep
manage.
spinning. Keep spinning. Keep spinning.
Been
That's a dick,
doing.
but okay.
Oh my
Don't
god,
worry,
guys,
other
I fucking hate you.
options.
You know I have two screens, right?
Dragon, move your
Yes.
doggo onto your
What?
tile if you, or something. If you just move your doggo somewhere else, then we have an actual dick shape.
Now, so you may need to refresh.
I have
Yeah.
refreshed. I'm going to close the join as player.
Dick achieved.
We achieved
Achievement
maximum
get.
spin.
Phallicism.
360.
Achievement
360.
had shenanigans.
Nessie, just as a point, for me and my character, is I'm assuming that everyone knows in our world knows what being snatched generally means. Is that a fair
Yes.
assessment? Okay.
Well, I should say
I'm back.
it not
Roll.
necessarily you know because no one has been quote unquote snatched. However, the assumption is there and it's pretty negative.
Okay.
Mm.
So it's general knowledge that if there's like a rumor that someone got snatched, everyone kind of gets that kind of scared look on their face, like, oh shit, something bad's going down, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. Now that we're all together, you see the stairs.
In
Before you.
wonderful arrayed shape.
I give up.
Rock on everyone now.
And you thought I was gonna be the worst one in the
Hey,
party.
This was not my idea. They just told me to move my dog, so I did. I didn't realize what we were doing.
I give up.
Y'all are a bunch
So-
of
A bunch of children.
Yes.
Yes.
Out of character?
mean-
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Continue, Nessie.
all of you have the stairs in front of you. What do you do?
I walk in the exact other direction. No, I don't.
Better fucking not. I swear to
It's
God.
like-
Neraina's
then
gonna.
My earlier
You're-
meme would become applicable again of Nessie with the plot towards players that just want their peace and quiet.
I would like to say that Neraina has probably taken the file with the photo of the person back at this point, has kind of tucked it into a pocket somewhere.
Okay.
Just as an aside.
So,
And she's not looking happy. She's, I guess, determined and angry, and she goes right down the stairs.
so at the bottom of the stairs, there's just a wall. There,
Which
you
is
can't.
justifiably odd.
Justifiably odd. Why would there be a wall at the bottom of a set of stairs? Is someone going to tap it?
Is
I like
Violet,
Neraina will absolutely tap on it.
is Violet following them?
Correct. Yes.
In that case, can I materialize?
Violet
and
should
do
be
an
there
Arcana check?
behind the dog.
Hmm.
I am
Can
getting behind
can I
the dog!
materialize and perform an Arcana check on the wall?
Thank you. Anyone who can do Arcana checks can do Arcana checks.
I'll do an Arcana check, sure.
I'm gonna do an
in
Arcana
Arcana.
check.
Everyone.
I am proficient in Arcana. I didn't think I was.
Same.
What do you mean can do an Arcana check?
I got a
Everyone
25.
Can do.
What is it, +3 that I have for Arcana? Yes, I do.
Well,
Ooh.
apparently my mental state is not the best
Fuck
right now.
me.
I see
Yep,
the
shit as
I-
usual.
Apparently,
I
I'm.
see the two.
That's an 11.
Go for. No, for Luca.
That is terrible.
So we have a 14, 11, 11, a 5, and a 6. Jesus Christ.
And a 25. I
And
got
a
a 25.
Okay. So everyone did not pass except Tony.
That is
The
what I'm
DC
here
15
for.
was
This
like,
bird,
Burb.
the burb, you can sense that everything is not as it seems. When you look at the wall,
Mhm.
it seems like there is a faint glow. Like it's not really there. And as Neraina goes up to it, her fist goes right through it and she tumbles down the rest of the stairs. To the first landing.
Wait, where's the meme? Where's the gift?
Hold on. Are you telling me there was just an illusionary wall that any drunk person could have stumbled through?
Yes.
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 Because I'm gonna be frank, my next plan was to pretend to be drunk and then ask the people at the entrance why the fuck there were stairs leading into a wall.
Peek at
I'm in
your
the
cruel.
stairs.
Havoc is gonna take off running after Neraina as she tumbles.
So yeet himself
I am
through
gonna
the wall.
follow the dog. I'm gonna follow the dog.
Awesome.
Matter of fact, I don't. Nessie, correct me if I'm wrong, or tell me if I can't do this. I would like to say that Havoc, as you know, my companion would actually try and like grab onto the back of her coat and stop her.
From falling all the way? Yep.
Yeah.
He does that.
Good boy, Havoc. Thank you. And she'll slowly
of
get up,
like-
like, ow. Well, that was
I look at the dog
easier
and
than I
just go
thought.
like,
Crow
gonna
will
look at the
stay
dog and just be like-
silent, but mentally note to Violet that they should really be more careful about walls and places they don't belong.
I am going to look around if
It's a-
anybody is
it's a
actually looking
steel-
at us.
It looks metallic.
Make a
for
perception check,
reference.
JH.
Gladly. Why can I not remember my fucking numbers?
Takes a few
In
times.
that, I'm just
Your
gonna,
character
like-
sheet.
14.
ooh,
I mean,
14.
given how out of place an illusionary wall
doesn't
is,
seem like
can I
anyone's
also make
looking
a
at you.
Perception or investigation check.
Is the
Mhm.
bird on my shoulder?
Yes.
Yes. Tony,
What if
you
we
can
give it the
also
beat?
make a perception check with advantage.
But
Because
that-
of one
ooh,
of your
advantage,
skills.
Nice. Wait, which one?
Perception.
Okay.
You're on high alert.
I'm right. High alert, of course. How do I specify advantage in the?
Just roll twice.
KH.
Okay.
Roll
no,
twice.
I'm
Or
gonna
if you're
roll-
using Avray, I did
I'm using
pin
D-
a message.
No,
using roll 20.
in roll 20, just roll twice.
Yeah,
or
in
go
roll
over to the
20.
little dice on the side and you can roll 2 d20s.
Mhm. What's my bonus for perception?
I have no idea.
It is +3. Nat 20.
Nat fucking 20. You
Oh,
feel as
shit.
someone's watching you. But you can't tell who.
Ooh.
And you don't know where. However, a little voice in your head says, remember, remember, remember. And that is it. So as you guys head...
Can I make a history check
Ow.
on that or an insight check on that specific message? Because I feel like... What would be better, history or insight?
You can make a history.
Okay.
Sorry for all of this shit. Holy shit.
8.
You recognize the voice.
But I can't tell who.
You cannot tell who.
Uh.
So as you guys go down the stairs, as the map lovely starts to load, you are
The hell is
greeted
this?
by a weird location. You cannot understand why all of a sudden. So as you're going down, it goes from like plaster walls to more wooded based walls. And then all of a sudden it turns to stone. And you're like, this is nowhere on this map. But as you get closer down to the bottom of the stairs, you start hearing voices. Hey, boss! Do you think that wizard guy is ever going to stop talking to Silos? He owes us some money. And you hear another voice speak up. You know, I don't particularly like dealing with goblins. I advise you shut up and just wait. I assure you, Mr. Silos will be done with his conversation soon. Right now, you guys can tell that they cannot see you. You also see a set of boxes blocking your way. What do you do?
About how tall are the boxes?
I would say about 4 feet high.
4 feet.
They are, I will even draw on them to give you an idea. They are here.
Okay.
Now, as you can see from your location, there is a door open on your right. The voices seem to be coming from the left.
I have a question.
Yes.
I see that piece of furniture highlighted in magenta. Is that a view obstruction?
That is a view obstruction. That is a 4 foot tall set of boxes.
Cool. I would like to, after relaying the plan to Violet, sneak forward in crow form and take cover advantage of those boxes to listen in and gain any information I can.
Roll stealth with advantage.
Okay.
19 and 7, so I get a 19.
You definitely pass. As you approach the boxes, your little form hops along and you get closer and closer and closer, and you start to hear voices. You potentially could go as far into the room as even up here. Them not noticing the fact that you are this little bird floating around. And you notice that I need to get my pointer.
Mm-hmm.
How do I point? This, how the fuckity fucker fucking fuck I ping.
You need the
Fucker, fucking fuck.
That's okay.
Sometimes I ping and sometimes I can't. So the person that's across the table is a elf woman, and she is speaking to the goblin that's across the table closest to you.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like I said, Silos will be out shortly. Hopefully not much longer, because I particularly don't like the feeling that that mage gives off. I don't like him. He's some old-ass fart who is meddling in business that's none of his. So, go off, run along, little goblin. I can watch this area. Fuck. And you see this little goblin scanter off towards what looks down like another pathway.
Okay, good. Was concerned he was going to head straight for us.
Yeah.
I was going to panic. I was going to panic.
Can I make an insight check to see if I know? Because I don't think I know who Silos is.
You would know. Oh, would you know? Make an insight check. Go ahead.
That's +5, right? Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm the investigator. 23.
Okay, you would know Silos is the owner of Club Euphoria.
Okay.
So,
In the
Okay.
fuckity fuck.
as you guys are standing there, not knowing what to do, the elf woman is going to get up and head into the side room. She's going to open up the door and walk in. Now, I need to see if you can see in there, Tony, or not. You can. As she walks in, you see blood all over the floor. And she is going to shut the door behind her.
Okay. There's one person left at the table. Who are they? Or what can I see about them?
They're asleep.
They're asleep. Okay. What can I see about the people in the back room?
You see two, what looks to be feminine people talking with each other.
Okay.
But you cannot hear them from this direction.
I mean, there are others here, so
I know. The question is whether my character thinks it would be safer to go ahead and get more information, or head back, relay the information to Violet and the group, and let them advance.
I'm more referring to there's another door, and if
Oh
you're
yeah.
busy looking around, I would look at Zeta and maybe see if we can.
Given you have cover and the people have left immediately beneath the table, yes, probably a good idea if you go ahead and.
I'd still not say anything, just sort of
Yeah.
gesture. Like,
I'm not making noises. But maybe I would look back at the group and nudge my beak a couple of times in the direction of the other door.
I'm just gonna kind of like let out a teeny whistle to kind of tell him like, get the fuck back here.
I'm just gonna look away and keep moving on.
slowly creep out.
I have more.
Okay, now before you guys go any further, Chiara, you start to wake up. You kind of groan, feeling the cold floor underneath you. Moving your bones, they feel stiff, like you've been sitting in a location or laying in a location for a long period of time. You don't know where you are, but as you start to look around, you notice you're in what looks like a dungeon, for lack of a better word. You try the door, you shake it, and it doesn't seem to budge. Like, you just can't. It rattles, makes noise. And you just stand there being like, what the fuck's going on? You remember that you received a letter before coming here before even walking into Euphoria, and you just kind of stare at the letter. You can make me a history check to see if you remember what happened to you.
Okay.
History. It's always history.
It's always history.
So
You guys are
many
trying.
It's the memory
So
skill.
many
It is a memory skill.
So many
Fuck,
history
I don't
checks.
have anything on the history. Oh god.
Don't worry, I
This
don't
is
have
what
any
I'm doing.
investment in
no.
history either.
God.
I forgot. I made a character
I
dumb as
forgot.
I forgot.
I
I
forgot.
forgot. Skull emoji.
Eh. Eh.
Okay. You remember
It's-
you remember meeting up with Quill while in the Fey realm. He kind of caught you on the way out of it as you were coming out of Stonehenge's exit. And he kind of stops you and he's like, GR, hold on. I have something for you. Here, take this. Hands you the letter. Keep it with you. I got this information for you because I like you. Now get lost. And he goes scurrying off.
Oh. Every time with this guy.
Now,
What is-
you can choose to read that letter out loud if you'd like.
Okay, let me get the letter out. Okay. It says, Chiara, I received some word about Ray's whereabouts while traveling in the Feywilds. He is in the basement of U41A being held there. He is a dragon, so he is rare. Please be careful. I do not want you to get hurt. Quill.
So, you find your way to Euphoria, and you sit down upstairs. You, of course, got a room, and you're laying in bed. You start to doze off. You remember hearing some crashing. It startled you. And you wake up, and you see this tall man with short hair and a black jacket looming over your bed. And he looks right at you, and he says, well, little dragon. Looks like we've caught another one. And you remember nothing after that. And of course, now you've woken up on the cold, hard floor, looking around, not knowing where you are. What do you do?
I check my surroundings on anything in this cell or this dungeon possible.
Make a perception check.
Okay, what is my perception?
Or survival.
Whichever one's higher.
I'm trying to look.
Don't you wish you had a bird with
I
plus
think-
5 survival?
Listen, I just I'll do a perception.
Well, looking
16.
around in your cell, you don't see a lot. There's not even really a bed or a cot to even lie in. However, you can hear groaning and moaning from the cell next to you. But as you go up to the edge of your cell, so stepping forward, you see a little bit more of your surroundings. You can see across a broken area of dirt and cobble. You can see that there is what looks like a hearth, a open fire that you can see through even as far into the other room, meaning that there's no wall separating the side room from the room right next to it. Now, to go back to the other group, as you're thinking about that, what are you
As
guys
you may be able
doing?
As you may be able to see, I am currently moving towards the open door. Slowly, carefully.
Make a
But still.
survival check. With advantage.
A
Because
survival? Why survival?
Survival.
Maketh me very
Survival
nervous.
is nature, and wilderness.
actually,
DM.
sorry,
Oh,
not
shit.
not survival, stealth. Stealth, sorry. My
Okay,
brain
I was about to say.
I was
Make a survival check, guys.
Everyone is about to roll to see if
With
they're
Any,
advantage?
with advantage because no one else is in the room.
Ooh. Behold.
Hold and behold.
Anyone who
Holy
plans
shit.
to stink,
15.
any person who plans to sneak into the other room, please roll stealth checks for me.
15.
I'm just
Look
gonna
at the
I'm
roll,
gonna
how stinky
stay
you are.
on guard, making sure no one comes in.
Stinky.
Do I die in this?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Okay.
Shit.
I'm gonna be the death of the party. I just know it.
Nah, it'll be okay, Dragon.
It'll be
16.
fine.
Let's go.
I'll run out of luck eventually.
Well, what's nice is this was a group check. That's why I was having you all check. You all make it to the other room.
Okay,
That must have been a
nice.
low DC.
Well, no one was here,
It
so
was a group check. too.
Well, there
It
was,
was a
only
group
one
check.
person under 15, so
Yeah. And the DC, I'll explain it after session to explain group checks.
Say this is also the point where you'd have to one hand on your firearm, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd
That's-
very much
Yeah.
prefer not to have to set
That
off a
would
shot, since you know they tend to be
push
pretty
you-
I
fucking
think
loud.
someone closed the door.
That
Someone
was me. I was right on.
someone
my fault.
closed the
Sorry.
door. That's hilarious.
If you got your hand on your gun, that would be a
bad.
state of readiness, wouldn't it?
I'm gonna just do this.
What exactly does that do, Tony?
A state of readiness, what I would imagine, could give you initiative bonuses.
I mean, yeah, if we encounter
Gonna do
someone again, I'd
that.
prefer not
I
to have
know.
used the
I'm
gun.
gonna help you guys. I'm gonna put you all.
But
God,
please help all of us. Currently, right now, this is lagging
It's
so
not that
badly.
complicated, is it?
No, it's just the app right now. I can't scroll
I'm
right.
presuming this thing in front of me is a doorway.
oh, you can't
something.
scroll because
those
you're
fine.
very limited on your area. By the way, Pika.
Is that?
Oh,
a
that's
doorway
why
in
I
front
can't
of me
scroll
here,
that
or-
much. I was like, I'm trying to zoom in, but I keep jumping up and
You
down.
guys come into this room. It's quiet. It's away from everyone. You can see that there are a variety of different cots down here. There's weaponry. There seems to be a variety of candles all on the table. And you're looking around the room, and there doesn't seem to be an exit anywhere. That this is pretty blocked off. However, Caro and Jonathan, make me perception checks.
Oh no.
Meanwhile, the
Oh, no.
dynamic lighting is sort of giving it away here, but
Shh. You can do it.
what the fuck is it with my?
Why is it?
don't worry, I got you, bud.
Yeah,
a big
You're
roll
lucky
that
the
roll,
DC is low. When you guys look into the hearth, you see that you are actually on the back side of it and not on the front side. You can actually see through the fire into the other room. However, there is fire in the way.
Hmm.
What do you guys do?
Just sort of put my hands on my hips and look at the fire for a moment. Big thing.
Hmm.
Can I kind of just like walk up to Jonathan and ask, what are you thinking about?
Sure.
What do you think?
Crouch down a bit and look at that hearth, would you?
Sure. Do just that. Oh,
I presume Luca can see what I
Yeah.
mean.
I see what you
15
mean.
point.
You want to send
I-
Wyatt in there?
At this moment, you start to hear the jingling of, or the sound of someone trying to break out of, or something that sounds similar to that of being in a dungeon. The sound of the clanking of someone trying to open up a door.
I'm gonna back the fuck up.
Before we continue, I want to quickly reposition my crow slightly to a position like here. For the purpose of if someone does enter this room, I can quickly get behind cover and retreat to warn my team without them, with the minimal options of someone noticing me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna back up over here.
Because you moved there, you see someone in that room that you have line of sight on. And when he backs up, you can see him clearly as a man, medium height, fairly hefty build, with a whitish graying beard and dark hair in a nice suit. However, you cannot hear him.
What would I roll to try and identify him? See if he matches anything I can guess, like Silas, for example.
You have not seen Silos, so no.
I know. Okay, so I can't.
You cannot roll for this. You have no idea.
Just okay, noted. I also see someone in the corner there. But I think that's the person I was there previously that walked off. I don't know. No, there's someone else there.
Oh, you would have also noticed the blue-colored witch that you can see at the side. You can see her. So anyways, back to anyone else.
Kind of, as I jump back, I'm gonna look at Jonathan and be like, there is somebody in there.
Stout observation.
The sass.
So, okay, let me think here.
What
One way in.
direction is it coming from?
Can I tell?
You can tell that it's coming from somewhere in the direction on the other side of the hearth.
Okay, so like over here-ish?
A little bit further than that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
What?
It's definitely.
Can I turn back to Dragon? Because Dragon has a metal dog, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that thing going to explode if it touches fire, or can we send it through there?
She'll just kind of look at you. Why would it explode?
Like that. This was me sort of asking outside of character, but if I'm also going to ask in character.
I mean, what do you need Havoc for? Because I would like to know, Neraina has not really moved from where she is. She's just kind of looking around.
Yeah, I'm just going to wave you closer and just go,
she'll
look at that for a bit, would you?
I'll look at the hearth and be like, oh. Oh, you're okay. Well, I could send him through, but it's not like he'll be able to tell me exactly what's in there.
I have another idea. I have another idea. I have a cantrip called Windlash. I could potentially put the fire out.
How loud is that?
I would assume it's pretty loud.
It's not that loud.
I can do something. I can do
Oh,
something.
loud.
What can you do, Zeta?
I can create I can create water. Will be significantly quieter.
Okay.
Hey.
You're choosing to cast the spell?
Is there a verbal component to it?
Create or destroy water.
Let me double check that first, actually.
I believe it is verbal somatic.
I mean, even if you don't have to shout the verbal component, do you?
Yeah, you don't. You just have to say it. And your guys are talking currently.
If that's a spell, isn't that going to use a spell slot?
Is it a cantrip or a spell?
It is a full spell.
It is a full spell.
I believe
Windlash
it is level 1.
Lush is a cantrip.
And it's loud.
Nessie said not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
In that case, it might be a better idea to use the cantrip over the spell.
Like, how many spell slots are we realistically going to need right now?
We don't know when we get our
Never
next
know.
long rest.
That's a
Probably
good
not
point.
that long away, given that we
We're
have
in
a
a
room.
dungeon.
Yeah, are we going to stay here?
That's a good fucking question.
I don't
Like, we
like.
can just get Pika and leave.
We
We
don't
have a spell that can
don't know
create
Pika
water
exists.
and extinguish the fire. Why in all the hells would we not use that?
Because we only get 6 of them.
Tony, this is a valuable usage of resources.
Understandable, I
Don't
consent.
become the guy who hoards the resources only to then never use them.
I'm not hoarding, I'm optimizing our resources. You'll thank me one day.
Most of
It
my
makes me think of how gamers are, the type of gamers, the collectors, the
I have
Use
100
the
health
damn
potions
spell
for a
Alright.
time.
Okay, back on,
I
please.
cast
guys.
I cast create water on the fire.
The fire goes out instantly, and you can walk across.
I see this too, do I?
Mm-hmm.
You see the
Yep.
fire
Gonna-
suddenly go out.
You see the
Who
fire
goes
suddenly
first?
go out.
I'm gonna walk in.
I just sort of look at Luca, like standing there, like cautiously looking into the room with my hand on my weapon. Luca
I'm
just
going
goes
in. I'm
past.
going in.
I'm just gonna stare after
I'm
after Luca.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
going in.
oh, okay then.
I'm going in.
I'm also going in.
I too am going in.
I'm gonna bring up the
It's
rear
everyone.
very carefully.
Proceed with caution.
Also, have half an eye behind me. You know.
I'm
never
more than
know.
that.
What?
But
Yeah,
you
but I
never
don't know that, do I?
I know.
I'm just
As
gonna
you
kinda
enter the
look
room-
around at this.
You see on one side of the room, it looks like the rocks have caved in. And it's created a pathway across the other side. You hear the jangling of the door continuing. And you hear someone yelling, "Help! Help!"
I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna kind of through here, right?
But as you get closer, you start to hear someone coming down the hallway.
Oh, back it up immediately.
Back it up.
Roll a dex save to see who goes first.
Christ. Okay.
Is there a way for Violet to recall me other than whistling? Like, send an intent of I need you here. as
Nope.
part of familiar-
Oh,
Because
sorry.
you have to be
is
close.
Everyone? Is that a dex
Okay.
save for everyone?
No,
No,
I'm fucking
it's
whistling.
specifically for Violet. Dex
Ah,
save for Violet.
Other fucker. Oh my god, I am a dumbass.
Yeah, I was like, you guys should be very cautious. There could be more people here.
Mhm.
Oh, that's fucking 20.
That's
Jesus fuck, that's 4 in a session.
Yeah.
That's congratulations. I think hasn't Luca gotten both now?
Yeah.
That's a fucking natural 20. Okay.
So yes, you're
alright.
able to back up fast enough as you start to see the goblin come down the hallway, and he goes up
Sort
to
of-
the cage next to Chiara's and bangs his club against the bars, saying, "Shut the fuck up, you wimp!
Says
Yogi, you shut up too, you fucking dragon. Hate the lot of you. We should have killed you when, like, we had the others. Now, shut up, both of you." And he walks away down the hall, out of sight of everyone.
Messy.
Yes.
I'm calling Crow to me immediately.
With a
The
whistle.
person who
Okay.
was yelling "Help! Help!" was that Chiara or was it a different voice?
It was a different voice.
Would
Okay.
Would I recognize the voice?
You would not.
Anybody.
No. No,
Oh,
none of
damn
you.
it. Okay.
I will give you that one.
I'm returning to Violet.
Okay. In that case, so it's not a voice we recognize, and okay, but it wasn't Chiara's.
Nope.
As far as we know.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, Neraina's face is gonna go pale when she hears the words, "We should have killed you like we killed all the others."
Hmm.
If anyone's looking at her, she looks visibly perturbed, like she's
I
about to...
notice. Crow notices.
Yeah, I'm
Can
I
still
say Crow notices?
weird, being paranoid.
Crow still has
Um,
yet to trust anybody else here, so he's vigilant.
Roll
gonna-
a perception check, Crow, to see if you
Okay.
notice.
I will
Perception-
say Neraina is not trying to hide her reaction. Like, it's just a pure gut
Mhm.
punch reaction that she's having, so...
I got an 18, so I'm pretty sure I noticed.
Yeah, you 100% notice her literally go pale and look green.
Why
Hmm.
must
I am
people
going to
break the accords?
I'm gonna turn back to the group and kind of just like, I assume we all heard that?
Oh gods, no. Oh gods, no. Please don't let it be true. Please don't let it be true.
Neraina.
Please don't let it be true. Please don't. She looks like she can't. She looks like she's having a panic attack at this point.
Can I go over and see if I can comfort her?
Yes, you 100% can.
I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go
Now,
over and I'm gonna
while
look at her and just like,
everyone else is comforting Neraina, is anyone
Yep.
else going to investigate the other room next to Chiara?
I'm going
I
to
think I
stay
will.
where I am and cover both sides of the hearth, so to speak.
I will
over
go and
here.
investigate.
I'd also
Right
like to investigate.
here. And while I'm with her, I'm just gonna like, what's going on? Why are you panicking?
Didn't you hear what he said? We should have killed you like you killed the others. If they've killed my friend, there is
Hey.
no power in this world that is going to stop me from doing something about
Breathe.
it.
Breathe.
If they've killed him,
Hey, breathe. It's better to be optimistic about this. If there are a few alive, there are probably more alive. There is a likely chance that your friend is still alive.
if he's dead, I never got a chance to say something that I needed to him.
Hey, you're gonna get that chance. Because we are going to find him. Give you my word on that.
She'll kind of just she'll look at you, and since you're up close now, you notice, I don't know, maybe for the first time, that her eyes are two different colors, and she's just looking at you like dead in your eyes, like, you think so? You think there's a chance?
Swear on my grandmother.
That's a big swear.
Well, you wouldn't want me to use her legacy if I wasn't so sure. I don't think I caught your name.
Oh, right. Sorry. Neraina Swaywind. And this is Havoc. She'll gesture at her, at the dog.
Pilot, Shepard, and this little menace, I'm gonna kind of flick at Crow. It's Crow.
I call.
Neraina kind of, gives a half smile at that, like, apt. Very apt. It's nice to meet you formally.
Pleasure. Alright,
By the way, Hey, Tony.
Mhm.
Can you give me a 1d20?
Oh no. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I can give you a 1d20.
Oh boy!
Oh boy, be careful, SpongeBob.
Fucky fuck.
No!
No.
What happened?
What, baby?
What?
Be careful! The curse.
Wait,
Zayda's
No,
curse.
fuck.
Can I
Zayda,
Yeah,
why was this
immediately...
my curse?
Okay, there
It's your
is no
curse
way
'cause
for
you
me
had
to
the
get out of
first.
this. I cannot get out of this. There is nothing I can
No,
do,
you
can
can't. Oh no.
Oh no.
Nothing
I?
happens.
I'm not allowed to, I'm
Nothing
not allowed to
happens.
What?
Nothing
use
happens.
me?
Excuse me?
Ah.
Oh.
See.
Is it nothing
Uh.
happens or nothing happens?
Nothing happens that you know of.
Nothing happens. So
Mm.
while
Oh,
you are comforting Neraina, Caro, as you get closer to the room, you start to hear voices on the other side of the door as you slowly get closer to it. I'm going to move you for plot devices.
Oh, okay. I've been forcibly moved.
You have been forcibly moved.
Forcibly
It is
You-
vampiric energy.
You can't see anything on the other side of the door. It's really muffled. However, make me a perception check.
Beautiful.
Oh no. I wonder. Hold on.
Oh.
And that one.
Ooh.
What?
Wee.
This is fine. This is fine.
The
I did say I was
voices.
also investigating.
Yes, you were, Zeta. You can also make me a perception check. I will let you guys do this together.
No, it's,
I'm not
12.
That is notably better.
A little bit better.
Say that voice.
Caro, in particular, the voices are very muffled and you can hardly hear it. It really sounds like the sound is really a struggle to hear through. But you hear something to the effect of what sounds like, "You owe me, Silos. You owe me for getting you your humans."
Is this a voice I recognize?
You can make a history check.
Ooh.
Out of Game Me has a theory.
Tony, I recommend you check your DMs like now.
Well,
Very good series. Fun.
You 100% recognize this voice. It
that's
is something
what I thought.
from your past. Can't really place it. However, because of course you rolled a nat 1 beforehand. But you can 100% you recognize this voice from somewhere, but you just can't fucking place it. However, with Zeta, Owen goes up to the door, presses his ear against the door, and he hears a little bit more clearer. You hear 3 voices. You hear a woman saying, "Apernath, be careful what you ask this vampire. He is not to be trusted. I want you to know that." And of course, you hear
Yep,
the
that's what I fucking thought.
You
That's
hear-
what I fucking thought.
You hear the vampire
Oh, no.
respond to her, being like, "Oh, really? I'm not to be trusted. I'm the one making sure this whole operation doesn't fall under your feet, because you don't have the ability to do what I can do. I can go underneath this neutral zone and rip it out from underneath you. Do not make me report to either of you, because I will. Because at this point, I have nothing left. Now get out of my office and leave this location. And do it quietly to the point that no one sees you. I don't need to be connected with either of you." And with that, you hear 2 sets of feet start to approach the door.
Which door?
The door that you are right in front of. You hear 4 voices start to speak, and 2 of them are fairly close to the door, like literally right outside.
I am too haul ass.
I'm the haul ass.
And one of them says, "Sir, did you get what you needed?" And the voice kind of responds with, "You might want to sit back and hear this. Because if you move out of it, you don't get the conversation."
Who has the highest stealth?
Well, which direction does the door open in? Because if you stand on that side of the door,
I have a +3 stealth.
So if you were to push the door, it is going to push outwards, not inwards.
Okay, so it'll push outwards from their position, so it'll be pulled on by the person moving in that direction.
Correct.
Oh no.
Okay.
That's risky.
They could hide in the corners and hope that no one just looks there, because we know this person's exiting.
Bad idea.
But
anyways,
whoever has the highest
so
stealth stays.
the conversation continues. "Sir, did you get all you needed?" And you can almost hear him roll his eyes, of course. "No, I didn't. And I will tell you, there are several people getting a little too close to this conversation. Let's continue this later, when we're in more private areas." And at that, you hear a whooshing noise. And no more voices.
Smart.
Teleportation, perhaps.
Of course he would do that.
Now, Chiara, you can possibly see the crow. You just see this little black little crow in the corner, just hopping around, looking at everything. What do you do?
She just only stares at the crow and just like tilts her head a little bit.
The crow stares back and tilts its head as well.
Standard Raven action.
She just smiles and say, "At least you're here, out there, little buddy. I wish I could get out of this one."
You all would hear this voice.
I'm gonna go over
I would
where
propose that
Crow
no
is.
one else moves. I sort of just slowly approach the cage, and I see if I can cast Detect Thoughts on this character.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Is
move
that an
over with
option?
Crow.
You can cast them.
I'm gonna also gonna move
At what
over.
point does the target know that the Detect Thoughts is activated on them? Because that's what those
Move
new
here.
ones. Is it like
You
on
can
deeper
make
probing
a
or medium?
wisdom save, I believe it is. Chiara.
Okay, wisdom shave, right?
Yeah, wisdom save
And-
versus
wisdom shave?
wisdom shave.
Wisdom
What
shave.
is
What
what
exactly
is
is shave?
I was
What
eating.
is-
Shut up.
shut up. What is
So,
your
how does
spell
the-
DC, Crow?
It says my spell DC is saving throw DC is 13.
Okay.
Wait, what's the
attack
difference
bonus
between a
5.
saving one and the normal
So
one?
when
Is
you
it
look
just
at the stat block, you'll see your full stats on the side. You'll see your skills at the bottom, like acrobatics, animal healing. Right above skills is saving throws.
Saving throw. I'm sorry. You gotta need to give me a minute. Oh, I
Just
see it
roll a-
now. I see it now. Okay, there it is. So what is the thing I'm rolling for?
Wisdom saving throw. So you're adding that modifier to a 1d20.
So that wisdom So I'm adding both the things or just one of them?
What is your
Just wisdom.
What is your wisdom? What is that number next to wisdom
One.
in the saving throw box?
Mm-hmm.
One.
Yeah, just add one. Of
Just
your D20.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay, you don't notice.
You don't notice a thing. Yeah.
What do I
When
gather from
so
Textbook?
when you gather that because it's surface level thoughts. This small little halfling is very confused as to why there is a crow outside of her little dungeon cell, and that she has no idea what's going on.
Can I probe for deeper thoughts? Actually, I'm thinking, is there even a point in doing so? Because, let's see, what kind of
Probably
information
not.
do I get from that? Let me check the detect thoughts. I want to look at it.
Like her banking
Tony, there
pin.
probably isn't even a point.
I gain
One
insight into
embarrassing memory.
reasoning, emotional. If I probe deeper, I gain insight into reasoning, emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind. I wouldn't get enough information from that, but I don't. My character doesn't know that. Do I do it anyway?
Up to you.
Up to you, my dude.
I don't
I'll
think this
do
is
it anyway.
metagaming, but
I'll do it anyway. I'll try to
Was
probe
this
deeper.
crossing
That'll
the
give
metagaming?
another saving throw, I believe.
Mm.
It says another
Un-
wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
So another roll.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, actually, it says that the initial surface level doesn't get a wisdom saving throw. It's only the deeper probe
It's
that
fine.
gives a wisdom saving throw.
It's fine.
That's fine. So once again, the same roll.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, you know I'm probing, but I get to see it anyway.
Yeah, at this point, what you get from Chiara is that she is scared shitless. That again, she doesn't know what's going on. She's confused. You can see that her clothes are damp. She's shivering a little. She looks like she's been down here for a while.
I will.
She just wants to get out of here frantically. While all this
Yeah.
is going on, you guys hear across from Chiara. You guys hear some grumbling happening, some hushes, and you see some movement in the other, I guess, dungeon. Whatever it's called.
That's
Cell?
where? How do I
I can see into there. We're talking about the one directly above.
Yeah, it's directly
Chiara,
above.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I
Directly
can
above,
see
okay.
into there. So, given that after I finish my detect thoughts, I would head straight back to Violet. What would I be able to share?
Whatever
would I make
I
like
would assume.
an investigation? If I were to make an investigation check, I'd have to hold back for a minute.
So the crow's leaving.
Yeah.
Leaving Chiara in the...
I'm leaving. Well, here's the thing. I don't think that as a crow, I have the ability to unlock the cage.
This is why you come back to the person with opposable thumbs.
Crows could, but I don't have. I don't have any tools with me.
This is why you come
I'm
back
not
to
there
the
yet.
person.
Damn it.
Not yet.
This is why you come back to the
unless there's
person with
not-
opposable
Tiara's
thumbs.
just like this.
Unless
Goes
there's
a little
any
bit
obvious
sad.
mechanism. Can I make a what would I roll to check to see if there's an obvious mechanism to unlock the door?
Perception.
Damn it. Okay, that's a +3. Not investigation. Okay.
Nope.
Perception, got it. 19.
You
Ooh.
see on between the two cages, I guess. I don't even know what they're called. Cells.
Yeah.
You see a gray lever that you potentially could pull.
Rule 101: never assume that a lever next to a door means it'll open it.
All while
The
this is
question,
going
is
on, you
there-
hear
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
voices that are across the cell
Mhm.
start becoming quieter and quieter as they start to disappear from your view entirely.
Okay, I'm actually going to, instead of doing anything else, take the opportunity, head to Violet, and specifically tell the team that the people in that cell are gone, and there's no more people watching you through there.
I'm gonna go over to Yara's cell and see what the fuck is going on, because clearly little Mr. Crow didn't consider telling me. I'm gonna come here. I see you, and I'm gonna kind of.
I don't even need to
crouch
do anything
down.
to have fun. I could
You're
spectate.
Taking notes by making memes.
That's tactics.
Bard is in the dungeon, reads your thoughts, refuses to elaborate, leaves.
Anyway, I'm gonna.
I wanted to make sure they weren't a threat.
Okay.
I'm gonna kneel down in front of the cage and kind of just like lean in and kind of in a hushed tone say, "See, you met my little friend over here."
So who does what next?
That's to
I
Chiara.
was gonna say, like, you.
I mean, like, I tell Violet about the lever and go, do we? Actually, before I do that, I check. So I got a high perception roll and I saw the lever. Is there an absence of a locking mechanism on the gate of the cell?
You cannot tell.
No, okay, so no obvious keyholes. Okay. I warn Violet that there is a small possibility that lever does not actually open the cell. But we might as well pull it anyway.
Do I see Violet?
You do.
I'm right in front of you.
Yeah.
I'm right in front of you.
You can see whatever you have on your screen.
Mm-hmm.
Wrong lever. Pull the lever. Wrong lever.
Why do we even have that lever?
If I see Violet, I basically am going to look at her, like, stare at her and say, like, who are you?
I kind of stick my hand in a little bit and like
perch on Violet's shoulder.
and like a way to kind of give a friendly gesture and just be like, Violet Shepard, this is Crow.
Is Luka there?
Say it again?
I'm right here.
Pika, can you
Luka,
hear
are you
us?
present?
Hello?
I can't hear anything from Luka.
Luka,
I heard Luka.
I can't
I
hear Luka.
cannot.
I can't hear
What?
Luka saying anything. Let me reconnect.
What?
I hear you, Luka. That's so weirard.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
see
hear Luka.
Luka
Okay,
light
I'm-
up on Nessie's stream, but I cannot hear anything.
Me neither. That's weird.
Me neither.
Discord
I
just
either.
acted funny.
Yeah, hold on. I'll disconnect and
Do we
reconnect
all
back.
need to disconnect and
I
come?
We might have
reconnected,
to
it didn't fix the issue.
Hold
Alright,
on.
I'm gonna disconnect and come right back.
You can Luka maybe.
No, I think it's a Luka thing.
That's very weird.
I
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yay!
Now I hear.
And there was much celebration.
We all celebrate at the same time. We're like, yay!
Now, going back,
Whoa.
can you repeat what you
Dial-
said when I said, who are you?
I'll back. Okay. Violet Shepard, and this little menace on my shoulder here is Crow. What's your name?
I pecked your cheek.
Hey,
in anger.
So that's your crow. So that's your
Yeah.
crow.
I flick him
Really
in the
funny.
beak as he pecks me. Yes, this is my familiar. Anyway,
I
he
can
seemed to kind of
assume
be.
You're not part. I'm assuming you're not the people who got me into this mess, right?
No. I'm here for my own reasons.
Oh.
And you kind of seem like you're stuck in a predicament here. Do you have any idea how this lock works?
Not too sure. I just woke up in here.
Can I investigate that lever?
Yes, you may. You may do an Arcana check on it.
Oh.
You know, you
Oh.
can defer
I was
tasks to
about-
me.
I was about to say, is Neraina close enough to hear this conversation?
100%.
Okay, Neraina is actually going to come forward towards them and from a distance kind of
18!
take a... Never mind. It might not matter.
You would 100%
18.
know that this lever is there's some sort of magical mechanism to it, and it would open the door.
Okay. So what can I tell if it'll trip an alarm?
You cannot.
Can I make an Arcana check to see if it trips an alarm?
You could.
You can
Okay.
certainly try.
It's always you can certainly try.
Oh, don't fuck this up.
D&D thing?
9. Damn it.
Fucky.
You have no fucking clue.
Head empty.
No thoughts. Head empty. Caca, motherfucker.
Yep. I will
Um,
tell you 100%. I am sitting like that at my desk with my hands on, like,
You are.
I mean,
I-
you
I-
can
I
always
love Matthew
turn on your camera. Let's
Mercer.
see.
I'm gonna kind of look over at Neraina
Oh,
and
Nessie
look,
Cam?
like,
Nessie Cam.
Nessie Cam.
I'm literally sitting
Hello.
like this.
I'm gonna kind of look over at Neraina and just like kind of be like, the lock is connected to a magical mechanism that will open the door. However, I don't know if it will trip an alarm.
Hmm.
Is your dog, and more importantly, are you equipped for a fight?
I can handle myself. And so can he.
Random question to Nessie. Did
Yeah.
I exhaust my invisibility back there in the lobby?
Oh, is it a feat or is it a spell?
It states Sprite magic, 1 per long rest. You can cast invisibility
Okay.
and detect thought spell
One
once
per
per
long rest.
Yeah, so I have exhausted it.
Correct.
Okay.
Why wouldn't
Always
you
go
have?
back to your
I have
character
seen
sheet.
that
Yeah,
in
no,
a couple
I
of
know that.
different
It's just
ways.
I couldn't remember whether Nessie explicitly said I was allowed to cast invisibility, but yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna
good to know.
kind of reach up and just hover my hand over it, and I'm gonna kind of look up at Crow and like kind of just go see if you can get the others' attention.
You mean the other
Wait,
people in the
Yes.
party? Okay.
hey, how many of you are in here?
Quite a few.
In that case, can
Several.
I fly over to what's his name? Karrokhan.
Sure. He's a little wide-eyed right now.
I fly over to Karrokhan, land on his shoulder, peck at his
Jesper?
cheek,
What do
and
you want?
then fly back to the entrance, staring expectantly.
Damn it, JH.
You're a familiar. Can you not speak?
I don't want to. Not
You
yet.
should have pecked him on the head.
Peck,
I
peck,
suppose
peck,
that
peck,
was the
peck.
bird's roundabout way of calling us back.
I nod.
All right.
We should probably go.
Is everything okay with you, by the way? You seem a bit shaken.
That's a voice I was not expecting to hear.
Which one?
The old one.
Right, at this point, even I'm gonna move over and see what's
Mhm.
going on. Why do I have no fucking?
Damn it,
visibility?
where is everyone?
Yeah,
I think
excellent
you're
question, Zayda. I can't see
downright.
shit.
I have no idea where anyone is.
Why can I not see anything?
I have magical dark vision. Why can I not see?
Sorry, I was on a different screen.
Where the? Why do I have zero vision?
You can't see. I'm blind.
Zeta, you are going the wrong way.
He's going the
I'm
long
surrounded by
way.
darkness. I can see nothing.
You're right there.
You were
Also,
right there.
Zeta,
Zeta,
you
why
just
are you
moved
going
me.
this way? Zeta, stop!
Nessie,
Nessie, hold up.
my
I'm gonna
ears
take
already hurt.
Nessie, check the Sanquinis chat. This is what I see right now.
That's so weird.
Yeah, we don't
as
have
sh-
anything to the bottom right. I saw it on your stream.
I'm sorry, but we cannot join you at this point.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't understand why there is no light here when there should be light here. Give
Can I
me a
just say,
second.
on the map,
It's the
I've
darkness
noticed,
in my soul.
I've noticed what looks
yes,
like
the
chests
darkness.
in the corner of the room.
Maybe it's because I have my sunglasses.
There we go. Can you see now?
Your
I
shade
can see.
make it much more
Yes.
darker.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's on me.
Of course you can't see shit. You have glasses on.
I can see a little bit now.
For whatever
Hey,
reason, the
yo,
light in
turn
this
off the
area
lights.
got disappeared on me, and I don't know why. I don't know why it was gone.
Okay.
On
Okay,
your
can we
question
continue?
of the chests, no one has gone up to the chest and checked to see if they can open it.
We're
I
not
mean-
here to steal shit.
We are infiltrating.
We're not here to
We're trying to leave as few traces that can be traced back to us as possible. Stealing something and then being caught with it is the opposite of subtle.
True, but there'll also be important pieces of information stored in these chests.
Very true.
How about instead of looking at the chest, how about you help me open this door?
How about okay? Can I just
I'm going to head to Violet and say, I found a chest. Can I go see if I can open it while you deal with our friendly prisoner here?
It's still just a line of
If you-
darkness.
I don't see how a tiny bird can open up a chest, but if you can open
I
it,
have
steal
a
whatever the
beak.
fuck
I
you
the
want.
locks. Eee.
Oh, go
hop,
nuts,
hop,
bird brain.
Hop, hop, hop. Chest.
Where
Can I
the
make an
fuck
Arcana
is
check on this?
Axo's character?
I
That's a
am
good thought.
right above
Why
the
did I just
down.
move?
I'm going
I
to
can't
roll an
see him.
Arcana check. Can I do that?
Right where are you?
Me?
Me?
I
I am here.
I don't see him.
On
he
the
is.
stream, I am under Luca.
I can see you.
You were
I
over there.
I could
see
not
you.
see you.
I'm still
Yeah,
standing in
I
darkness, by
can't,
the
I
way.
can't see me on your stream. Okay, now I can.
Yeah.
Now I can too.
Like,
Only my
the-
character should be allowed to overlap Luca because as I'm tiny, I'm allowed to occupy the same space as another character.
I'm still just
we-
standing in darkness.
But
As
yeah,
a
I
small-
need confirmation from Nessie as to whether or not I can roll Arcana check on the chest.
Roll Arcana.
Cool.
Oh, God.
10.
Why?
No.
Where?
I got a 10.
What the fuck, Axel?
Neat, that does work.
Why? Essie?
Yes.
Johnny said that he got a 10.
I did not hear the whole 10 part. You don't sense any magic coming from it. You can roll sleight of hand to see if you can open it.
Sleight of hand, I have a +2 on that. Yeah.
How does one roll?
That is a dexterity-based skill.
I have 15.
You peck at it because you don't have opposable thumbs and you cannot open it, and it will not open for you.
When you say will not open for you, are you implying there is some mechanism that knows?
I think it's because you're a bird.
You're a fucking bird!
Or you just use linguistic flourish?
You're a
Does anyone
bird!
here have a higher modifier than +4 for sleight of hand?
No.
I have +1 for sleight of hand.
I have
Sleight of
+2.
hand. 2.
Mind if I take a crack at it there?
Go ahead.
By all means, Ranger.
Are any of you gonna get Chiara out of this fucking door?
Yeah,
I'm trying. Okay.
All you have to say is
I'm
pull
gonna-
the fucking lever.
I'm going
Neraina!
I don't care.
Neraina's
I'm trying it anyway.
I specifically
Neraina's gonna
told you that I
pull
was
the
gonna go
lever.
do the
Pull the
chest
lever.
while you people
pulled
free
it.
Chiara.
You pull the
Here,
lever.
I pulled the fucking lever.
You pull the lever, and all
Fine.
3 doors on this side unlock. You hear the go.
no.
It goes cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. You wait 2 seconds, and there's no alarms.
But now the other prisoners are free.
I
Ah,
can
there are
now,
other prisoners. I'm gonna head over
now
there
I'm
and
getting out of the cell.
because I don't see anyone else in these cells.
Just
I
one
can
knows
get
someone else
out,
earlier.
Huh?
Hello, no, no.
Uh,
So when you look inside, Jonathan, you see you see the feet of someone.
In which cell?
The one that you're right in front of right now.
Yeah, because I was moving to this one too.
can Nessie, I'm
Best
gonna
test
step
this
out of
one.
my cell if it's unlocked.
Yep, you can move on side. You can open the door, or you can open it and you can go outside.
I need to
I'm
BRB for
try-
3 seconds.
I'm trying
okay?
to open it, but I can't actually move my token.
Oh, can you not move your token? Yeah,
I
because
can
you
move
have
my
you have to
token then.
open it.
Oh. Physically open it?
Yeah, you can open it, and then you can move through it. You closed it again. Now you've
It's
opened
open
it.
now, I think.
Okay, there we go. I was like, I can't see, I can't tell.
Jeez,
Damn.
Christ on the stick.
No, shush.
Now,
Join the chat.
describe yourself, Chiara. What are you to the group?
Chira is. God. I'm already looking back at this. Chiara is what do you call a halfling? She has tan skin, white hair, very long hair, by the way. But she's standing at a height of 7 feet, and she currently she looks like she is a traveler with the clothing she's wearing that she goes out. But the one thing that you guys notice is that some parts of her skin have small patches of blue scales around.
Interesting.
Neat.
Yeah.
Uh,
The lizard men are taking over.
I have a healer's kit on me. Can I take a look at her and make sure that she's not like badly injured?
Yes, you
Hey,
can,
you
and
rat
you
bastard.
can roll medicine.
What?
Okay. Medicine. Do I
While
have...
you're doing that,
plus
I'm going to
1?
move to
Maxa, what did I
Jonathan.
do?
Jonathan, do you go
4.
into the
1,
cell?
20 plus
Hold
plus 1.
I'm just
That is
looking
a
right now.
15.
You're
I'm back.
she doesn't seem to have any sort of physical ailments, just a few bruises, bumps, stuff, but nothing that needs immediate medical attention.
Can you stand, love?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good.
I thank you again for just rescuing me, but you can see her trying to look around. I wonder if he's actually here.
If who's here?
I'm not too sure exactly where. Do you know where exactly am I?
You're in the
are
Club
un-
Euphoria. You are deep
Euphor-
in an unexplored part, apparently, of Club Euphoria.
You said Euphoria?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Seattle?
So this is the one that Quill was saying. Does
I'm
this mean
sorry?
that he's... Sorry, you could see she's kind of hesitating, but I'm
Hey.
kind of looking for a friend of mine. But a friend, a close, kind of a comrade, but also, he's a friend of most. Told me that he got word that my friend, a close friend of mine wasn't here because, well,
Well, we did just open up the other cells. Do you want us to take a look?
yes, please. You could see her kind of rushing over to the other cells.
Who made that noise?
I did.
Luka.
Okay.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me calling, by the way. That was a random tick.
Okay.
Oh,
So I guess we all kind of wander around the other cells.
I'm gonna
You could
kind
see
of
her like you could see her kind of
As
rushing
you get
toward the cells.
closer to the cell that Jonathan is looking at, when you peer deeper into the actual cell itself, you can see a man laying down. You mostly just see his torso, his feet. However, he looks very thin, almost like he's been drained of blood.
Is he alive?
Investigate.
Investigate.
Investigate. That
Nessie,
survival
was
check.
this the? I was gonna say, was this the person who was
Investigate, that's
calling
plus
I'm
out?
one.
gonna hold up. I'm going to
my
lean
other cell?
out of the window here a bit, but I'm going to say checking for a pulse shouldn't require a skill check.
I mean, unless you accidentally punch them in the throat while trying to do so.
Well, no, it's more of, are you guys going to go into the cell?
I will.
I will as well.
I
sure
won't. If she's gonna look at the other cells, if possible, like trying to see
Gonna
if
go-
she can find a
I'm gonna
certain
go in
pulse.
right here.
I think
Oh,
they'll be
this is
very
a tight
interested in that.
squeeze.
When you go up to the man and
Say
you
tight
check for a
squeeze.
pulse, there is none.
Fuck.
He's.
I'd like to make a history check to see if I know who this is.
No one you know.
Okay. No need for a history check.
Neraina's gonna wander in and take a look at the man.
As Chiara, you get further down, you hear some coughing noises from the larger cell on the other side of these cells.
Oh,
Do you go into investigate?
yes.
While she's doing that, I'm gonna kind of look up at Owen and kind of just be like, "Yep, he's might have been vampire food."
Probably.
That is
Uh,
plain to
Okay.
see. Yes.
Sort of patrolling the area.
Does Neraina recognize the man on the bed?
Nope, you do not. As you approach Chiara, you notice a familiar figure. Well, kind of familiar. You never saw him in this form. However, it is Rice. In dragon form in front of you. He looks up at you, his eyes weary. He looks tired. He looks beat up. He's bloodied and cut up. And he looks up and says, "Oh, Chiara, you should not be here."
Right. What is going on? What happened?
I can't explain right now, my child, but you need to get out of here. Our kind
No,
is...
not without you.
You can't open it. I can't even open it. It's magically shut. You need to get out of here, my child.
I'd like to make an Arcana check on the gate.
You can make an Arcana check.
22.
It is magically shut, just like any other door.
If it's just like any other door, is there a mechanism nearby that can open it?
You can do a perception check.
I believe I got a +3 in perception, yeah. 18.
You look around and you see that there is indeed a lever, just like before, in between the two, right, kind of being covered up by a set of boxes.
Is
Just
it
your left.
possible for? Yeah, I see that. I see it to the left. Is it being physically obscured by the boxes?
It is.
Okay. I'll head back to Violet and ask them to either push the boxes or coordinate enough people to push the boxes out of the way.
Can I get a hand with these boxes, please?
Sure.
Chiara is going to stick by near Ra for now.
Nessie, is there
Yes.
anyone in the cell that Neraina is by?
No, but at the back you see a chest.
We have collected 3 people.
Okay. I assume all 3 of us are gonna push the box.
You can certainly try. Do strength checks.
Oh fuck me! That's my worst one.
Could we instead have the strongest
Same.
person do strength check with 2 advantages?
No,
There's
it is
no such
a-
thing as
Who is
more than one
strong?
advantage.
Yep.
Hmm?
You are doing a group strength check because you all 3 are
Okay.
pushing.
Can
Oh,
I
come on.
report? I have
9.
some strength.
Oh, are you shitting me?
Are all of you guys so
Can I?
Why
I'm gonna
not
start
one?
okay,
Good roll today.
my strength
You guys
might be
stop.
-2, but at this point,
You're also a bird.
You're a fucking
I
You're
bird.
a bird.
what is
You're
the
a
strength?
bird.
You're a bird.
I
You're
don't-
a bird.
I
It
will
doesn't
tell
matter
you.
if
The strength is comparative.
You cannot push it, Tony. However, as the group tries, they try and it doesn't look like it's budging. It's almost as if the boxes are bolted to the ground.
I'm
I
gonna
perform an
break the box.
investigation check.
You
That's
go
very
to
I'm
punch. You go to punch the box, and one, it hurts as you punch it, and it kind of cuts your hand open. This box
fuck.
will not move. It will not budge. In fact, it seems to be covering up a potential breakage in the wall. And when you look through the crack, everyone can even see that the mechanism to even open up the door has been severed. These doors will not open.
Not by. Let me think here. Okay.
Questionable design choice.
While you think, Nessie, Neraina has wandered over to this other cell. Is there anyone in it?
Nope, no one's in it. However,
Okay.
you see what looks like a ladder. Weirdly positioned over a weird hole in the ground and a chest next to it.
Well, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna check out the hearth again so that nobody's sneaking up on us, but I'm going to use the opportunity to answer nature's call, so excuse me for a moment.
Of course.
I would
Okay. I
afterwards, yeah.
I have an idea, but I don't know if it's a good idea.
Let's hear it.
What is
Alright.
the idea exactly?
I have a spell that could potentially break at least the wall so we can
Mhm.
get in. I don't know if it can break the gate because that is
Ooh.
magic.
However, so I'd
Ooh.
like anyone who's going to
Mhm.
attempt to do any of this do an Arcana check first.
Okay.
Can I just do an
Um,
Arcana check anyway to support Violet?
This is general knowledge Arcana.
Okay.
Knowledge Arcana.
Oh,
that's
is this
plus
general
23.
knowledge Arcana?
That is a 21.
I go to 23.
Wait, hold on.
20.
I'm doing Arcana.
1
Random
D20
question. Nessie,
plus
the
3.
spells Earthen Pillar and Earthen
6.
Grip,
Fuck
would they be of
me.
any use
Okay.
in this circumstance?
No. So
Me. Okay.
everyone who got above a 20, when you go and
That
look
would
at
be-
even the walls of this place, they seem to be magically infused, meaning no magical aspect, magic in general, will be able to break the brick of
What about
these
the
walls.
floors?
Nothing. No brick, no stone. Nothing can break the metal. Even the lights, the candles that are lighting this entire area seem to not be even melting. The light seems to come from them magically, in
Okay.
fact. Yes, Neraina.
Neraina is going to quietly go, hey guys, it might be nothing, it might be something. There is this cell, the ladder is in a really weird position.
How?
I'm
Neraina,
just saying, if
when you go up to the door and you try to even open the door does not open.
and I can't get the door open, so it might be a moot point after all.
We could make mental note of that for now.
Mm-hmm.
Giara, was it?
Mm. You just
Don't
hear her
think there's
nod.
any way.
The dragon's gonna
I
look up
assume-
at Violet and look at her and be like, take care of her for me. Get
I'm gonna kind of
her.
kneel down.
Get her away from this place. She should not be here. There
Okay,
are
fellas, everybody
very
still alive?
Yeah, we're all alive.
Yes.
Excellent.
They are all terrible people here. There's a lot going on, and I am going to tell you, if you go and look into this, it is dangerous. Chiara, trust no one. The reason you are here is because someone tricked you. To get me here. I don't want you hurt. Please, all of you protect her. Please.
You have my word.
Neraina's
Oh,
gonna
Lord.
walk up and go, wait, but before we take her, have you seen any other people here, or have you just been in this cell the whole time?
I woke up in this cell in my transformed body. I wish I could help.
Question.
Appreciated, thank you.
I want to check the wording on a specific spell I have.
Okay.
Does the transformation count as a shape changer?
Like, what do you mean?
Because Moonbeam says that if a shape changer enters it, they make a saving throw with disadvantage. If it fails, it instantly reverts to its original form. Could I be able to use Moonbeam to forcibly revert the transformation if they find themselves in the transformed state? This is like assuming that they don't want to be in there. Would that be a possibility?
Given the information that we already
saying-
know, it's kind.
I'm more speaking mechanically rather than would I try it. Because my character would know how the spell functions, would know if it would even be useful in this case.
It would not be useful in this case.
Okay.
This is not so much a transformation from more humanoid to dragon as more of this is his true form.
Okay. So just semantics, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please get her out of here. Please. Chiara, listen to them. Listen to me. I will be okay. They want
I'm
me for how valuable I am. It will keep me alive. Now go. All of you.
I kind of look down at the dragon and I nod like, swear on my grandmother. She won't die as long as I'm protecting her.
Please, don't die
Yara.
yourself.
Yara was
Yes,
taken by snatchers, most likely. We're gonna keep him alive.
But for how long? I don't know how long until that happens.
Chiara, there are no guarantees. The only thing we can do is keep going and get you safe like he wants.
Please, let us protect you.
I'll hop onto Chiara's shoulder. Just to be comforting.
Now.
You just see her kind of tearing up, but she nods.
He's going to look at the group of you. If you go down that hallway, don't go back into Euphoria. There is a set of stairs down that hallway. It will take you right out to the alleyway. Head that
That seems like a
direction, it's
good-
safer.
Can I check to see if he is in fact telling the truth? Because we do have contacts in Euphoria.
Never said we could walk back in.
I don't know what this would be. Do an insight check.
Insight? Okay, +1.
Can I also do an insight check?
Say that I see you moving right.
Since it's Violet asking, it will only be Violet.
Okay. The thing is, like,
D20
if
+1.
Violet wants me to, I can perform an insight check because I have
10.
+5 for that.
In all intents and
Remember.
purposes, you believe him. It would be really weird to see a bunch of people, especially a spare one who is supposed to be in the dungeons, show up in Euphoria.
Mhm.
Then I will just nod at him and look at the group and...
I would say, though,
Me-
to alleviate suspicion, maybe you have one group head back the way we came.
I can't leave yet. Not without knowing. I have to continue my search.
Neraina, how are you going to be able to continue your search if you are not alive to do it? At this point, I hate to say it, but we need to survive. There is clearly something bigger happening here, and I don't want to die knowing that something could be done about it. I had a friend flag me down while you guys were going into the room. I don't know if this is going to provide us any information on what could be going around, but he said to go to a school that I applied for and was rejected. I think that we can find information there. If not, then I guess we go for
Neraina,
as a last resort we come back.
Neraina pulls the folder out from her pocket and takes the picture out and just pretty much shoves it into Violet's hands. You tell me not to leave him potentially behind here one more time.
I'm not the only one.
I'm with Neraina here.
Nessie, can you send Luka the picture?
Yes.
Please and thank you.
I will send it to you in your DMs, Luka.
I'm watching for it.
Not only do we need to make sure everyone's here, but we also need to gather evidence that we can take before the guild.
We've got
The fuck that.
Tiara. Living evidence.
Mm,
Yeah, but
It's
who
a
will
start,
take
you
an
know? I
ex-
mean, I don't expect it to be a full case, but, you know, if we can keep her alive.
if.
Yeah, but who would ever believe me? In some
There
cases.
are ways to detect lies.
There are also ways to read minds.
I have one of them.
Violet is just gonna kind of look at the picture and...
Wait, so the bird's talking now?
I can't
Hmm?
leave without knowing. We've already heard that they've killed people who are here. I cannot leave without knowing. You can go if you want. Take Chiara somewhere safe. But if I don't find out, it will literally eat me alive.
If it's any solace, young one, there are no more humanoid creatures here.
So he would have been moved anyway.
I guess I was the only one since I just got here.
But I assume since you know this dragon that you are kin to him?
Hmm?
Huh?
What do you...
Or
I...
are you a similar race to him?
You just see her kind of like, oh, like she was about to say something, but closes like she was hesitating. But then she speaks. I'm, um, I'm, I do have draconic bloodline, so.
Okay. Neraina, I know you have your reason for wanting to be here, but if we can go based off of what he's saying, then your friend could have been moved, or he's not even here at all.
Gonna look at Neraina's gonna look at Violet, look at Chiara.
Please, miss. I don't want Rot to get any more in trouble.
She takes a deep breath, sticks the picture back in the folder, and sticks in her pocket. Let's go.
You just see like Chiara just like grab a little bit of her hand, like her hand over to her to say it's okay.
Neraina give her a smile and take it. You are very brave.
I'm going to turn to Crow and kind of tell him just like, can you fly up ahead and make sure that we don't have anybody up there?
Sure. I'm gonna have to cast stealth, I assume. I've not cast roll stealth.
Yep, you will.
+2 it is. 18. I actually succeed this time. Or reasonably so.
Potentially you do. You can go down the hallway. When you get about halfway to that gate, you're stopped by an invisible force.
Where?
He stops you right there.
Oh.
And says, you might as well bring your friends to me anyway. I don't like playing games with a bunch of people in my basement.
Cool, it's Silas.
Lovely.
Is it?
Come out,
It must be.
children!
Okay, that's the point where you draw your weapon and flick the safety off.
Yeah, my crossbow
I have a deck.
is summoned.
I prepare myself.
My dagger is out.
I'm standing right here at the corner with maximum
Neraina
possible
will,
cover.
Neraina will bring out a crossbow.
I told you we should have gone the other direction.
I'm not here to hurt you. So you can just stop with the theatrics at this point. What I am annoyed with... What I am annoyed with is the fact that you found your way down here. Who told you?
It's really not hard
Jay.
to stumble through a wall.
You're not exactly hidden.
The thing is, we are.
Anybody?
No one should have been able to get through that wall. The fact that you guys
Anybody
stumbled your way down here makes me think...
Oh, literally, actually.
Yep.
Right, dragon literally stumbled through.
Not technically lying.
Not lying at all. She was...
Yeah.
Roll
with two functioning...
a deception check on that.
That's not deception.
I
It's
wasn't
selective
lying.
truth.
I wasn't lying, but
Who is
okay.
rolling this? Who is fielding this deception check?
That would be
I have
Neraina.
I have. Oh
Okay.
fuck! I have advantage in deception.
But it's Neraina's roll.
Damn it!
Wasn't
What do you
lying.
have?
She did just practically fall down the stairs. What is my... it's not... I wasn't lying, but okay.
Oh, I even have
Wah!
proficiency.
The fuck?
Nope, not that much. There we go. That's a 14.
Not bad.
He raises an eyebrow and just kind of rolls his eyes. I want you to forget everything that you saw here. That includes you too, hunters. This is way above your pay grade, and I assure you that you do not want to get involved. And I am doing this for your safety.
It's not much
Oh,
above my pay grade
shit.
at this point.
Out of character. What is JH's character's rank again?
Pretty
I
high
am,
up
like,
there.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
third
so
from the top.
it-
Like,
It's definitely
He's
within his
kinda
pay
up
grade.
there.
That's up to your discretion to think about that.
Mhm.
I need to know this. There was a person, Jeremy, who mentioned what the fuck face, whoever this fucking guy is.
Silos?
Um,
Or...
Silos, yeah. Is Jeremy working for him?
Are you
Hmm.
asking Silos that?
No. I'm
This is
asking
out
if I
of
can make the
character.
connection.
We don't even know if... What would we roll? Insight? I don't think we even have enough to roll insight.
Yeah, you really don't.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Do I recognize Silas's voice from his little conversation across the door?
Oh, yes, you
he
do.
was named in that, wasn't he?
He was
Lovely.
named.
I'm just gonna kind of glare at him and like, bullshit, this doesn't concern us. You have people locked up.
You have.
We
What
are
is-
not able to do anything here.
I will tell you that if you come at me with your guns, weaponry, magic, whatever, you will not beat me.
Is there anything I can roll to gauge his strength?
You could do an Arcana check.
I'm just gonna move one step further in.
Well, that failed.
Your luck finally ran out.
The feeling you get from him, the power that's emanating off of him, is very, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Like stronger than you have personally felt.
I don't know about that, but understood. Yeah, I'm going to immediately relay that to Violet and basically say, I do not want to fight this person under any circumstances. There's a high risk of us not getting out of here.
Now, I'm going to go back to my office. I am going to shut that door behind me. And you are going to leave up the stairs right behind me. If I see you back, you will be shot on sight. Do I make myself clear?
Back as in
This
down
prick.
here, or
This is in character.
Is that
Are
in
we allowed to
character?
spend our
No.
money here?
because I'm currently hiding, like I'm not currently not even looking at him. So
That's up to your discretion to figure that out. And with that, the door next to him is magically going to open, and he is going to start to
Before-
walk through it.
As he's walking away, Neraina is gonna be like, if I find out my friend is here, there is no power on this earth that is going to stop me from coming back.
I do
still
not
say we go-
deal with the collection of elves.
Yet you collect dragons.
You might want to look into that a little bit more in other areas, Miss Swaywind.
Swagwind.
Fuck
Thanks,
off.
Gage.
Right off. There, when he says her name, though, there's gonna be a inhale of, of surprise, like, oh shit, he knows my name.
And he's going to walk through the door, and it's going to shut behind him. And there's going to be an
You just
audible clicking noise.
You hear Chiara just
I
only
still
scream,
say we go back.
"Jackass!"
Still say we go back the way we came.
I am going to just say, kind of under my breath and kind of out loud, I fucking hate vampires.
Is he a
We
vampire?
should leave.
We should.
Yes, this way.
Pain.
Yeah.
Fuck was that?
I think we should
Like,
acquiesce
I'm
and
just gonna say,
leave the way we're
at least
supposed
with Zeta, we still have someone to report to who is inside the club. So
Indeed. And our
I
mission was just
recommend we head this way. However, I would recommend that Chiara maybe not follow us into the club. We don't know how many people upstairs might know that she's supposed to be down here.
A bunch of people around her, and it is a neutral zone. They can't do shit.
Yeah, but
They
it's
can
still going to
try.
cast
you not
unnecessary
Well,
suspicion
Do you not
upon.
remember the event
If it
with the
makes you feel
snatches?
better, I know how to hide in most places. I'm pretty sure
No,
I could
I'm
find a
supposed
way to hide around.
I'll say, Zeta, are we going?
yes.
He was a jackass.
Sigh.
Which way are we? Which way are we going?
Take a
This
side.
way?
Me and Zeta are going to report in.
I'm not too sure where we're
I'm
going.
going the other direction.
You're going the other direction, as in away?
I am going the route that leads to the
The
alley.
door is locked.
Unfortunate.
So we have
this-
only one direction to go.
You
we
wouldn't
go.
know about this because they left. They went walking off into a different direction. Yes.
No, moment. The
Let's-
door is locked, but we know from
He-
various games that a locked door is just one skill check away from being an open door. So-
I don't know which side we're going. Are we
Violet,
going to that side where you guys came from, or are we going down to the corridor?
So,
I'm not.
I'm going down the corridor.
am I allowed
fucking
to
hate-
try and make that door?
You
little more open.
can try a sleight of hand check.
I'm
me do that.
following him. I do
told-
not like vampires.
I agree.
Sad what
No one in their right
vampires-
mind
most
would.
vampires like that do.
Now, please, I've had shit rolls so far. Please, RNGesus.
RNGesus.
I'll take it.
You attempt to undo the lock, and it actually zaps you while you are trying to undo it. It has been locked with
Roll
magical
Arcana.
means.
Should have rolled Arcana.
You're nowhere near him.
I know, I'm saying he should have rolled Arcana.
I have a +1 on Arcana. I'm the least magical person in this entire party.
Okay, that's the staircase, is what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I just sort of
Okay.
look at Zeta and just go, all right then.
Look,
Oh, looks like we have no choice.
Back to the same way.
Oh shit! I forgot about
Shenanigans.
Havoc. I
He
nearly
lost
forgot about
Havoc.
No! Havoc.
I can almost
It's okay. It's okay, Dragon. It's
Yeah.
hard to remember followers.
Because of
I-
the fail that Owen and Jonathan had so brightly curated, they should have just listened to me. You guys head up the stairs. As you get to the top of the stairs, there is a hatch. You go and jiggle the hatch a bit, and you open it up, and there you are, standing outside where it all began.
Mm-hmm.
If it would load.
loaded
Alright,
front.
Hey,
no, it's
lady.
for us again.
Yes.
Yes, I'm squashed.
You are very squished. I love how it's not loading on my side.
It's loaded on my side.
It probably
Yeah.
has loaded 100% on your guys' side and not mine.
Yes.
It does.
As it loads on my side very fucking slowly. My whole side is just angry. Coming out of the
Mhm.
front door is your lovely Huntress head commander, McAllister. She looks at the group of you and like, how the fuck did you get from... Never mind.
Don't worry about it.
I just snuck my way downstairs and I saw silos coming out of the basement and I got worried. I was going to call my other compatriots to come get you, but apparently you're just here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who's the little halfling?
Picked up
Who was a
down
prisoner?
I see. I guess we're gonna have to go back to the station and figure that whole shit out. Did you guys get any information?
Indeed, but it would be best not
Unfortunately,
to discuss
yes.
it in public.
Yes. It's of the sensitive nature, I dare say.
I will write a full report for tomorrow.
Of course. Okay. Let's head there now and we can get everyone looked at then. Quite an interesting night, I must say. So, you guys go off together, off to the society. And as you guys are all sitting there, you guys start to write your reports. You start to give statements to everyone who isn't a part of the Hunter Society. They look over you, Chiara, making sure that you are well and okay. You give your statement, of course, and at some point, McAllister comes back and says, this isn't enough information. This is not enough evidence for us to actually take this to the right people and confirm everything going on.
Oh, we've got some more leads.
So she then at that point gives you the okay to go on and continue your next lead, which is where we will continue next session, next week, Saturday at same time.
Hell yeah.
We survived.
You guys survived.
Told you we would.
Man, Nessie, I was not expecting already to see him, but locked up.
I am
Oh,
legitimately
God.
curious what would have happened if we had headed back the way we came a bit earlier. Would we have missed him entirely?
You would have, potentially.
Would have.
Yay! You guys did it!
I've
Oh
got,
my
I've got
God.
someone I need to talk to.
You do.
Jesus.
And I'm not doing that in the letter.
There
That
is
can get intercepted so easy.
there is so much information that you guys got there that session.
Oh my god.
I've got quite a few ideas on what I can do next session too.
So I will say, today was kind of the introductory. It was kind of to test the water, see how you guys RP'd and
I
stuff.
love this so much.
I'm glad that you guys got JH just so confused at the beginning. I love it.
Hey, you put me first.
How dare you do that?
You've got Zeta right next to me, who actually has experience with this shit, but you still pick me.
Yes, I did.
That makes it more fun.
That was the
Listen,
point.
sometimes-
Privilege of being
Never-
later in the alphabet.
JH will remember that.
JH will remember that.
I may have not done much as far as RP is concerned this episode round, but I think we can
How
start-
would you have?
exactly like once
You
we
are
start
Burb.
getting some more lore details, we can start building develop character.
I hope
Just
not.
screeching.
The next session, I will pet dog.
You sure you want to do that? Roll insight check.
It's just a metal dog.
No
Roll
more checks.
survival.
Any more checks are done. You guys,
Yeah,
you guys have
no,
completed it at this point.
you try to pet the dog. You
Let's
can certainly
fucking do it.
try.
You can certainly try. How the fuck do I get out of this?
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
what?
Get out of what?
I'm just gonna close the page. Fuck it.
Yeah, you just leave.
close the page.
that's not the only way.
Um,
Roll20 is a really not well planned system.
my model died. But yeah, we have done it at this point. It's kind of an exciting experience where you guys are
Yeah.
at. It's like
Yeah.
you
God,
guys have a
help
lot
me.
of different outlets. Now, of course, I kind of let it into where next session is supposed to go. It was mentioned multiple times. You guys will continue your journey on to figuring out your, I guess, for lack of a better word, leads. And for the next few sessions, you are going to be figuring out those leads. Next
Ooh.
session, depending on how you go through everything, you will experience your first combat. So you will get to start rolling for an initiative. So I didn't want to introduce I didn't want to introduce combat here because we were starting the story, of course, and I didn't want to overload you guys. As well as we have officially hit the 5-hour mark for this
5
stream.
hours, holy
We
hell.
did this for 5 hours.
Jesus.
Ow,
Following
my eyes.
streams will be
D&D.
from
Yeah, I can feel my eyes drooping, but that means nothing.
that's how D&D works. So I expect
The
streams to
flesh
be
is
at
weak, but the mind is strong.
2 to
Hey.
3 hours is where I kind of want to keep it.
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
moved us
2 to
around by
3
accident.
hours.
Oh fuck, I moved us by accident. Oops.
I mean, I feel like now that we all know each other's way of doing things a little bit better, next session we can probably,
Yeah,
cut back a little bit if we need to.
Oh.
I would
yes.
think.
We could try to coordinate a lot more. than we
And
have.
also, I will say that the bigger the party, the more time it takes to go through stuff. So,
As you could
Yeah.
tell.
yeah,
Yeah.
as
And
you go,
also-
3 hours to introduce Pika.
literally, that was a little on purpose just because of where Pika was
Nature.
on kind of purpose. Pika was a plot point.
Also,
Okay?
as an example,
I can't believe I was a plot point, and I have like motivation to do it because of because of Rob being in the cell.
Yeah,
God damn, I
so
was not expecting all this.
So yeah, that's kind of how everything goes. Anyways, we're gonna end stream here. Again, have a wonderful day, guys. Make sure to check out the official VOD will be on Luka's channel, of course, within the next 24 to 48 hours. And also make sure to queue into next week when we officially start this campaign full force into House Sanguinus. We are going to, of course, raid out my other DM friend, Soul. Hikaru Soul is currently streaming, and I think it would be hilarious to go and raid him. Let me actually find his channel. Soul Hikaru. There we go. So we're going to raid out to him. Again, have a wonderful day, guys. Make sure to stay hydrated, stay safe. And bye-bye. Bye.
Later.
And stream has been ported over.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Evil, evil,
See you,
evil,
Zeta.
evil.
Good night, Zeta.
Good night.
Night.
Not Jada.
I think I'm going to just pop out as well pretty soon because 5 a.m. and I have to wake up in 4 hours less.
Bye bye.
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
As the remaining representative of Europe with a backbone, I'm going to stay here.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
Damn it, Nessie! Breaking my heart.
Damn,
already.
Nessie.
I know. I thought it
I
was.
don't care.
I thought it
Be
was
gone. Go sleep.
beautiful. Your thoughts, guys. I would love to hear them.
I enjoyed it.